Welcome to week 5 of our coverage of the 4YMM, 4 Years of Mario Maker Anniversary Project. We have quite a special stream today, I hope, time permitting, because what we're going to do is we're going to run through 7 out of the 8 available levels using a completionist approach as we've been doing for the past several weeks, and we haven't failed yet to find the secret cake in each and every level, so that's certainly going to be the plan with this set as well. The reason that we are only doing 7 out of 8 at first is because we have something very special in this set. The 8th of those levels is, of course, a new creation by yours truly with a code that I'm going to post in the chat. What will happen is, depending on whether we have time remaining after we run the other 7, and after we collect all the cakes, when I show off that level, time permitting, we're going to do a bit of a backstage tour, where I am going to walk through some of the mechanics behind the level and show off how some of that looks in the editor, in case people are curious. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a bit of an audience for that, and we'll talk about it then. So hello, Remmers. Remmers, I did see that you got a play on the level already. Hopefully you are able to stay long enough today to see the backstage tour when we do get around to it. I am currently planning to save it for the end, depending on how long we take and depending on how the audience looks at the time. If for some reason we fail to get around to it, then we'll just reschedule that to one of the Mario Maker streams later this week. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that along with everything else. So, in the meantime, welcome. Let's just get underway and play the first level in this week's set. Once again, going by the website order, which, as usual, is available at the official link for the project. Going by the website order, which was very thoughtfully curated, we're going to start off by playing Bone Storm by Waryuzo, who, like all of the other makers involved in this week, we featured over our weekend preview stream. Waryuzo is presenting Bone Storm, where yellow target equals down and blue equals ground pound. Those are, of course, the minimal instructions, but a long description on the website says, during this sandstorm, the wind is your only hope to carry your bones safely through the desert. Time your fake death correctly, and maybe you'll come out of this. So, we'll see if we come out of this. Have about a 1% clear rate on this so far, so this is going to be on the tougher side for this week, although I think that number has been deflated by the level's sheer popularity, which is partly a function of how good Waryuzo levels tend to be, and secondly, a function of how popularly subscribed he was as a maker in the first place, which I think, given the quality of all his previous creations, is very well deserved. So, let's try not to forget the description there. Yellow target means down, blue equals ground pound. Let's try to keep that in mind. So here we are at Bone Storm. I of course have to remember to let up on the dash button when we fall in. We're going to come out of that a little too quickly. But yeah, letting go of the dash button and letting the wind carry us is going to be rather important here. Would be fairly precisely timed, actually. And the fact that it is precisely timed means that missing one of these cues is going to throw us off the wind pattern. And we could always resynchronize ourselves with the wind pattern in order to get through something like that, but, whoops, too soon. That would require me to sort of understand what the intended timing is in the first place. Once again, too soon. Let's actually follow the yellow marker as instructed. And just let the wind carry us. Yeah, every time we reset through a door or a pipe, I think following the intended timing is pretty much necessary. In fact, it's not even clear to me how much free movement I should be using at all. Yeah, we missed that. I think I'll need to... Oh, the wind actually is continuous because it is in New Super Mario Bros. U. The timing that we need to depend on is actually the piranha plant coming out of the pipe. Because the wind is constant, unlike the other styles, we don't need to think about timing relative to the level too much. At least not relative to the wind. What we do need to think about are the moving parts, like the piranha we saw coming out of that pipe later on. All the static parts should function with total consistency. That's just going to be based on drop range. Once again, it's going to be... Oops, no, we don't want a ground pound. We just want to bounce. That's going to be way too soon, of course. We should actually follow instructions for a change. But yeah, nice to have this little trap at the beginning, actually, just to absolutely enforce that the player isn't just holding down the dash button and getting into a situation where bumping off the side of the shell is going to be a risk. Yeah, and a lot of these things are just going to flow quite naturally with the extra push that we get from the wind. I don't quite remember how this is calibrated relative to something like conveyor speed, but that will work. That's going to work as well. And yeah, just going to push us very gently over. The bomb timing is actually going to feel surprisingly comfortable, as is the marker timing over there. Very interesting that you can just enter the pipe without getting clipped by that piranha. And that's just going to be a checkpoint check to make sure we actually did manage to get through that with a shell and not with a damage boost. That's going to be dependent on the pipe timing. I actually did manage to catch that thanks to the red pipe repetition timing, but unfortunately did not manage the high bounce. Yeah, looks like a bit of a thrilling moment there with the behavior being what it is. And yeah, once again, just have to resynchronize a bit every time we, for some reason, miss the ground pound and don't manage to do that on schedule. Yep. Going to bounce? Yes. There we go. That bounce is going to be a slightly tightish timing as well. Nice. Nope. Nope. There is a narrow timing window to get that ground pound down on first try because it is dependent on the mole that is triggered when you get within proximity of that column. So, once again, let's try to hit all of these consistently. And hey, Redox! Welcome. Let's take care of that bot as well. Thank you for drawing my attention to that. I had skimmed over that in chat. Let's just smack that quickly. And wait. I see. I typed that in wrong. And we'll just have to remember to add that spam message to the ban list, because every now and then the bots change that around. They acquire some new domain names. Yeah, hope you're doing well on your end as well. So, yeah, Redox, I saw that you, whoops, managed to get a play down on the new level as well. Yeah, thanks for lurking and saying hello. Didn't mean to have a bit of an error like that, forced you to break cover. But as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, the plan is to hopefully get through all of the levels and all of the cakes quickly enough that I, whoops, just want to bounce there, that I can in fact squeeze in the backstage tour of my contribution to this week's selection at the very end. And so we'll hopefully have enough time left over for that. If not, and if people have needed to drift off for whatever reason by then, I'll make sure I schedule a time for that that's going to be convenient. But oh, whoops, missed the ground pound once again. And Merlin, no worries, Merlin. I know that you were playing Paper Mario and therefore were not watching the Paper Mario program that we've been doing most times on the overnight or morning EU stream. You didn't let me know about that, so absolutely no worries over here. You are always welcome to lurk. You are always welcome to stay away for as long as you want when you're on vacation from Twitch. I'll let you decide that for yourself. That's a nice little drop right there. Whoops. That's supposed to be a bounce. There was no blue marker, but the drop that was in that area where you had just enough of a drop to send you over to the right anyway by the time you got to the end. That was kind of a thrilling moment. Now, because of the way that objects are spawning out of pipes, some of the pipe spawns are going to be dependent on when you scroll into the appropriate area. Yeah, this drop over here, really neat drop, where the wind just pushes you by the time you are out of the side. Okay. Nope, that's a short bounce. And that's going to absolutely enforce that it is a short bounce by way of the piranha poking you from up top. Okay, here we are once again. Whoops. And yeah, ESB Chicken doesn't look too hard, actually. It is one of the harder levels this week by clear rate, and that the clear rate is about 1%, but a lot of it is just the pattern reading of what to do. It is not actually hard to control. It can occasionally mess with your instincts a bit, because the way you have to engage with this level is not something that feels like standard Mario interaction at all. But if you control your spacing and timing, this comes together fairly quickly. And of course, controlling your spacing and timing does mean remembering how to keep your short bounces and high bounces well apart from each other. Okay. Nope, going to miss that timing. Let's just wait for this patiently, so we can hopefully, oops, catch the ground pound on the next run. There we go. Then that's going to be a camera-dependent spawn. Oh, that's an accident once again. Yeah, Merlin, glad you're continuing with that series in the meantime. It's been some time since we've played it, but of course I haven't been doing as many viewer levels as usual lately, just given how much other content we've been trying to fit in. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see some of that soon enough. And hope you are enjoying the process of working on that in the meantime. I think it's important to take pleasure in the making process. And okay. Short bounce, high bounce. There we go. Nice little zap right at the end there. Okay, we needed to hit that timing right away in order to catch the yellow pipe. Thankfully, that was salvaged. Unfortunately, we're going to miss the bone gate over here, and that's going to be enforced. I was too busy thinking about the yellow pipe in the bottom right corner, didn't think about how we were going to stick the landing immediately after. And in the meantime, let's bounce up here. And everything is going to feel pretty reliable. Just that sometimes you have a bit of a narrow window to be hitting those timings. Particularly if you're not exactly an expert at getting the ground pounds down reliably. And Awesome Lamb, welcome. Glad you could join us. And let's take a look here. What do we got? Bit of a push. Bit of a push. And yeah, oh, too late. Yep, you really do need to nail that input right in midair on that spot that was marked. Not much time for delay. I really do like how reliable things feel. I mean, the only things that do require a bit of timing and planning on the part of the player is if you miss some of the pipes the first time. As in some of the timings that depend on piranhas spawning out of the pipes at a different cycle. If you miss them on the first try, you do need to plan around timing after that. But otherwise, this is a level where everything lines up for you. And if you get things right on the first try, all the timing sorts itself out. USB Chicken, is it not always purple time? I think it's always purple time. However, I hope you do know that pricing, of course, is something that scales with demand. And you may be single-handedly raising the consumer price index on the purple message reward. So just be aware of that. It may cost you slightly more McDonald's burgers in your local currency equivalent, your local channel point equivalent. But in the meantime, we'll leave it as is. Okay, let's try to nail this for once. Yep. Difficult spot there, but it works. Thrilling spot there, but it also works. And here's where you trust short bounce, high bounce. Okay. Let's... nope. Missed a high bounce. Got the timing right, missed a high bounce. Mr. Electrodude coming in, of course, right in time to catch his own contribution to this week's project being played. This is Wario's, not Electrodude's, but Electrodude's is second after this one, so folks will get to see that very soon. And yeah, always a pleasure to feature a project level by a longtime regular here. Yeah, Merlin, I think it's certainly something that you can look forward to. I mean, you've learned, I'm sure, quite a lot about advanced level building technique in a time that you've been spending with this game, and that's, you know, judging by your traditional content, you have a really strong sense of aesthetics already, so in terms of clear visual signaling, that's not something you need to worry so much about. And the more practice you have with advanced mechanics, and moreover the debugging process that always goes on with advanced mechanics, the sooner some really spectacular content, some very inventive content will come together. So, yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think it's important to kind of take some pleasure in the process of using the editor. It can, of course, be frustrating sometimes, just given some of its limitations. But, you know, the thing I've always thought about Mario Maker is that it's not that we separate the making mode and the playing mode into two different things. The making mode is itself a game and itself a form of play. I think that's a very important mentality to keep in mind, that, you know, it is something that does have its own gameplay loop, in a way. When you build things and test and debug and tune, like it's something that should feel like a game. Sound is odd again, but this time it's weirdly high. Are you talking about the game sounds, or... Because it seems to be at its regular levels. And, oh yes, you cashed in your reward for Blues Bulba. Sorry, I completely misunderstood that request. Let's make sure we have that filed for the next attempt. Thank you for that. And that'll kick in with the next attempt, which I'm sure will be coming fairly soon. It all goes badly. Game sound seems weirdly high, okay. Anyone else seeing that problem or hearing that problem with game sounds doing that? Because the setting should be pretty much what it has always been. Yeah, not really sure what's going on there, Electrodude, because on the dials I'm seeing, I pretty much have the same volume control I've always had, yeah. If you're watching on a different device, the balance might be slightly different. That's what I've discovered whenever I switch to something like mobile as opposed to a computer. That's the sound balance on Twitch can actually differ quite a bit depending on how your output device handles treble and bass. So, Always good to have those reports anyway, though, if you detect anything weird, given just how many sound problems we have on the stream. I actually do know the source of some of the audio issues when it comes to things glitching out. Unfortunately, nobody else knows how to solve those issues either, so we will, at this point, actually get through this. It seems like switching to Toad here is going to do wonders. Now here, the level is no longer going to notify you about how to work anything. It is going to just trust that you understand the mechanic well enough by now that you don't need to be coached through everything with markers. Actually, I find that to be a pretty interesting form of progression. And at this point, playtime is over. It's going to take off the safety net. And yes, we need to fall into the lower piranha. That's the thing that we're not doing correctly. Yeah. It's, might not be an app issue. It might just be that, you know, sound balance on your devices is inherently a little bit different. Because I've certainly detected the same thing. So, now we're through. We still have no sign of the cake just yet. Oh, here's Chase Part 2. And we'll just have to... once again, actually had to do the short bounce there, which is really kind of difficult to trust until you remember that the wind is going to cover some of that gap for you. Because intuitively, when you look at that, you never think that a short bounce is ever going to make that jump. But the previous section actually taught you that it can, because the wind gives you that extra tile or so of movement forward. So, really do have to trust a very different intuitive sense of spacing here when it comes to whether you will make a certain jump. That's just one of the perceptual challenges of this level, which I think can be quite interesting. We lost a shell, and of course that's just going to be death. And okay, so... Yep, just have to strategize a bit. Adjust some of our spacing accordingly. And Miasby Chicken, I don't know how long you want to use, or want me to use Toad, but my usual policy with the character switch requests is that I will stick with them for the minimum of one level, and I will stick with them until the next request to switch. So if nobody has any other requests, I'm just going to be sticking with Toad pretty much indefinitely. Might switch back when we do actual behind-the-scenes tour, just to, you know, get some footage recorded, assuming, of course, we make it that far. And okay, so let's see how else we can manage this. Nope, still... I see what's going on there. I'm failing to adjust for the fact that the wind is going to push me a little further ahead than I'm estimating with my normal arc. And so I need to undershoot my landing a little bit. Not that much, obviously, but I need to undershoot my landing a little bit because my expectations are being thrown off by the presence of the wind. And those expectations need to be recalibrated. So, let's all in, like the good little Toad soldiers we are. Timing there is going to be quite thrilling as the bone shell decides to shake its way awake. And here's the chase sequence. Kind of concerned for a moment with the way that we were facing left. Okay, the low bounce is of course good enough to bounce us across to the other side. Reacting to successfully clearing that first time, of course, was going to mess us up slightly. And I just forgot to nail the high bounce on the other side, even though the section before this one had explicitly trained us on that very thing. Speaking of which, in general, I think this level has been very good about thinking about its first half and second half as a training zone and a testing zone, so to speak, an examination. This is something that is fairly typical of some of Waryutso's other levels as well. There's that fantastic one that he made, if you go through his list, that involves almost entirely involves spinies that are clinging to the underside of surfaces, and the way that he progresses to difficulty in that level from large spinies with, you know, fairly generous safety zones to small spinies that require a bit more precision is precisely the kind of approach to gradually escalating concepts that you see in a level like this one. So certainly something that is very well practiced on his part as somebody who has been one of the most prominent community makers since the days of Mario Maker 1. And in the meantime, we'll high bounce. And what's going to happen here? Okay, great. Perfect timing. I'm going to get trapped in here, and I see. So I just need to dodge everything until the moon comes by and allows me... nope. Just barely missed. So that's kind of interesting, because the moon is going to be locked in that screen position. It's going to swing back and forth. So what is going to affect the moon's position on a survival timer? That's something that we're going to have to pay attention to, because obviously I think there will need to be some kind of controlled shift in the camera position. The moon, much like the Angry Sun, and much like some other things such as the Lakitu Clouds and a Charvarg, is a mechanic that is dependent on screen position at any given time, and so the way that the camera is locked and the way that you are positioned relative to everything else, that's going to affect, ultimately, whether you are going to be along the arc that it hits. And yeah, there is a bit of a delay. I mean, it is kind of meant to be a test, I think, to see if you understand how to pop out of the shell prematurely. That's something that this level has generally not been tested against, though. It's not something that this level has really trained, and that's probably why, you know, it feels like it requires that one additional insight in order to clear properly. Okay. Let's see here. And that's going to get us through. Great timing on that obstacle. Really quite generous. I got a muncher on our head. Okay. Fine, we'll just need to hop out quickly if we can. And there is a bit of a delay that you need to account for, yes, but then... yeah, there we go. We actually did manage to get it. I actually need to... oh, I see. Okay, that's an interesting mechanism. That the moon maintains its position, but you drop through it. Now the question is, we still haven't seen the cake, and that's something that we'll need to be very attentive to. Oh, look at that door on the other side. Looks like it will be a jump off the piranha, a jump out of the shell, and a jump out of the shell is going to have to get you all the way across to that door on the other side. That's going to be tricky, because if I miss the jump, I'm going to clear the level, and in order to get the cake, I actually need to redo the whole thing. So we only get one shot. And we're going to have to redo the level. Well, I mean, we're not letting that sit. We're getting the cake. Not going to compromise on that principle. So we'll just have to re-roll until we get it right, so bear with me, because we said we were going to be completionists about it. We're going to take that seriously. But that's okay. It means we'll get a couple of other single segment runs through this in the meantime. And, well, hopefully single segment. We don't know just how many timings we're just going to completely blow. But having only one pipe guy there to work with is certainly going to help. And being familiar with a lot of the mechanics already, that's also going to help. And yeah. Notice how this section never actually forces you to do a short bounce. That's something that's tested with the refinement of the second section after CP1, when you still have all the tutorial markers. But the obstacles start to require a little more finesse, both in terms of timing and in terms of bounce control. So, as you can see, very steady escalation of the mechanic once again, and of course that's going to be a miss, because that's usually the spot that we fail at. And so yes, of course we need the cake. We are making no compromises on that score. So we'll do it until we have it, while the level is still well practiced. And if you want to see Electrodude's level, you're just going to have to wait. Okay. And yeah, we'll just try to see this again, and just gotta take pleasure in how reliable a lot of this feels once you've mastered it the first time. You see, that's actually gone better than ever before. That's probably the first time I've gotten the Yellow Pipe Piranha on first try, so we'll hopefully be able to get the cake before too long and before too many attempts. Okay, what have we got here? Yeah, just need to let that do its work. And here we are through to the second section. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Ground pound. One thing I haven't really paid a lot of direct attention to yet is the timing on the spiny drops. That always is something that feels very fair, but is also close enough to you. And that happens within one tile of spacing from you. That it's always a little bit of a thrill to see that happen. Like, it always feels like you've just barely made it, which I think is actually something kind of nice to see when the level is more generous, I think, about the safety buffer that you're given from the shells as they hit the bricks beside you. But next time we see the spinies, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's not going to sound quite as abstract. Also, one thing that I have not noted about this level is the title, Bone Storm, which, I mean, I don't know about Waryutsu's background outside of Mario Maker. I don't know about the background that all of you are coming in with, but Bone Storm is something with very specific implications to any of you who might be veterans of World of Warcraft from back in the days of Icecrown Citadel, when the first boss at the bottom of the Citadel, which I believe was Lord Marogar, was this skeletal figure who always just said, Bone Storm, and that was his signature move, and that was just, for the longest time, this WoW thing that was going around. And I don't know if it was ever as prominent anywhere else as there. Or if this is actually any kind of overt reference to that Bone Storm. But we'll just kind of take it as is. Okay, here we are. And what have we got here? Same as before. We'll just try to make it through, and this time not lose our final attempt on the cake. It does seem quite often that some of the cakes that do take the most effort are the ones that are tucked behind the goal flag. It's certainly not the first time we've seen this in 4 years of Mario Maker. There actually are multiple 4YMM levels that have the cake as a bit of a do or die, or do or clear, really, check at the very end. Certainly that was the case with the level involving all of the 3D World Ant Troopers from Salt Lake. We thankfully managed to observe that carefully enough to get the cake on our first try. But you can imagine the frustration from people who didn't and who hit the flag. Of course, that one had a significantly more generous margin on beating the flag than this level does here. This level, I think, the jump over the flag at the end is perhaps a little bit touchy. Okay, once again, get that, and beautifully timed, as always. And we'll have to do this segment once more. Now, the trick is to anticipate the small ones as soon as possible, because that is what will buy the most time to get down again before the big ones. Anticipate and refresh, and that's how we beat the cooldown. Okay, here we are. It could also be a reference to The Simpsons. Yes, that's very true. That is very true. That's something I'd forgotten. That's... There we go, there we go, okay. Okay, and here's the cake with a GG. Sort of an interesting cake, actually. Very mushroomy, much more mushroomy than some of the ones we've seen. We're going to post a very quick proof of cake. Cake storm. Nothing more creative than that, I'm afraid, but we'll have the kind of a screamy face. Oh no, it doesn't actually open my mouth. Never mind. So we'll do that. Look of astonishment. I should actually, premeditate some of these messages so we, put in some decent ones from time to time, which has perhaps not been the case lately. But we'll grab the flag. You certainly weren't the only one to get here. No, I doubt you were. I would imagine that some people who sailed this far into level brought along their skeleton crew. And okay. So that's going to be it for that one, Bone Storm. Let's scroll down to number 2 in the set, which is going to be Tumbleweed Rider by Mr. Sparky, who, of course, is our resident regular Mr. Electrodude, who is here with us in the chat. And the short description says, use the powerful platforms to your advantage in this dangerous desert. The lengthy description says, while wandering in the desert, Mario stumbles across an ancient temple. He tries to go inside, but, oh dear, he seems to have gotten himself stuck on a small but powerful platform. And now he has to dodge countless obstacles if he wants to have any chance at escaping this deadly temple. So you could say that because of all the powerful platforms that are in his way, Mario's platforming path is blocked. Okay, let's take a look. 2.8% or so. You can see, by the way, our fellow 4YMM maker The Call has been snagging pretty much every world record he can. I don't know if he's currently holding all of them, but this is the second one in a row. And it will be the third one in a row because I believe he is also currently holding the record on mine. But The Call knows his optimization. He knows it very well. And of course, there's a certain degree of auto-scroll in this one as well, so, you can only do so much, but at the same time, that just makes the optimization all the more impressive. So here, we're going to bounce along. And, whoops. That was perhaps not how you deal with tumbleweed in the desert. That's what happens when you get complacent. This is a level, of course, that harkens back to all the time spent catching tumbleweed with the bug net back in Skyward Sword. Oh, we better get ahead slightly, or the mole would have blocked our progress. And look at the little key bounce over there with the Dry Bones actually just kind of nudging back and forth and turning left and right, like doing his little boogie. Dry Bones over there is quite happy about something. It was probably not his fate in a previous level that he's so joyful about. But, you know, he's going to do his little dance on top of the P-switch and just say, "Nya, nya, nya, look at me. I can stand on P-switches. Can you stand on P-switches?" And the answer is indeterminate. But in the meantime, let's try to stomp the bones. Let's not stomp the P-switch, as you can see from this gate over here. Bones are going to come up again. Drop this guy. And we are clear through section 1. Oh, look at that. That's Nintendo placement right there. Always happy to check that sort of thing. And here we have a bit of a boo bounce. Really interesting variation on the boo wall concept that has been so popular among Mario makers. In that the boos are also going to do their little boogie on top of munchers. And, oh, whoops. Undershot a little bit because I was pulling back from the boo wall, and pulling back, of course, was not the answer that we were looking for. So, Mr. Electrodude is going to give us a bit of a fun fact. And by the way, if you do have any other fun facts to give us from the perspective of the maker, I really do invite you to do so. Anything that you want to tell us about the making of this level. Of course, we always do love to keep this stream very maker-centric, so any good stories about the tech or about debugging, we'd be very happy to hear it. Okay, that's going to be lifted into position. Wigglers are going to wiggle. And that guy is going to, oh yeah, bring us over here and encourage us in getting that pipe, which has that one-way panel protection. I must say, I always found this, you know, rather obvious. That doesn't detract from the cake, of course, or the flatbread. I mean, it is a desert. The cake is only going to be so puffy. But the desert functions as its own baking oven. In case that was unclear to anybody, you know, we have to add a bit of an explanatory annotation. And meanwhile, Tumbleweed is just going to roll in the background. Winky face, okay. And yeah, this is a fantastic idea. I totally do agree with that, Merlin. Of course, we just have some side pipes spitting coins at us. Very symmetrical layout. Very symmetrical, of course, except for some of the hard block placements that, you know, kind of give this a bit of a more natural look as the cake sits there in its little cavern. And boss time. And okay, so this is going to reiterate the Bow Bounce mechanic, but if you are familiar with Electrodude's levels, many of which we have shown off on stream, Electrodude is very much a bullet hell enthusiast who has recently finished his run through Just Shapes and Beats. I believe he told me that you actually did clear 100% of that game. Just Shapes and Beats we have not played, but had heard quite a bit about as one of Electrodude's bullet-dodging passions. And I think you can certainly see that in action here, as we have the central mechanic kind of repurposed in this way, beating the very generous survival timer. And there we go, with the clear. So yeah, really wonderful piece of tech, something that feels very stable and reliable throughout. And yeah, very glad to show that off. So you were talking about how the Boo Bounce uses a variant of the Pow Bounce that is infinite. So infinite in what way? Oh, I see. Because of the conveyors maintaining speed. Yes. I don't know exactly how you have that set up, but I think I get the gist of what you were talking about, very approximately. And of course, yes, Merlin, you were quite right in observing that Mr. Electrodude here is also a representative from the Netherlands, which tends to be very well represented when it comes to high-quality levels in Mario Maker. A country that is certainly turning out all the talent that it used to apply to seaborne colonization back in the days of the Dutch Empire in the East Indies. Nowadays, they make great levels instead. So, the next level in the set, we are going to skip, because the next level in the set is mine, and I will actually show you that very briefly. And I will also pass you the code, so this is how we are currently doing with Petey's Pyroponic Garden, where it turns out irrigating your plants with fire may only stunt their growth. We're going to save this one for the end. So for those of you who do not have the code, here it is. And if you have the game available and open and you are able to play it, I do actually encourage you to do so, and not only because I'm encouraging you to play the level, but because at the end of the stream, if I have time, I'm going to show this off, and as I was telling people at the beginning of the stream, we're going to do it with a bit of a backstage tour. And I'm going to get into the workings of it and show off some of the mechanics, show off some of the things that we did to build it. But for now, we skip. And yeah, you got the first clear. The record did not hold, but then that's because Dakal has been snatching everything. We didn't want leaderboards, we wanted courses. So, number 4 is going to be, I believe, the DKC level. Let me just pull up the long description quickly for Donkey Concert by Cupcake, who is somebody who's a music specialist, at least most of the time. We did see one non-music level that was an implementation of Duck Hunt when we played Cupcake's levels over the weekend. But Cupcake, for the most part, builds music levels. And in this one, you find yourself in various sections with music loops from the DKC games. The lengthy version says, you find yourself in various sections with music loops one might recognize from the Donkey Kong platforming games. Beat all of these, and you will get access to the legendary Golden Banana. If you pay enough attention, you can even find Donkey Kong with a cake. So, hopefully audio is working. It seems like it is on my side, but obviously, occasionally we glitch out a little bit, and that would be absolutely terrible when we have actually 2 music levels in the selection this week. This one, I believe, is the easiest level of the week when it comes to, well, clear rate, although I think that's because the puzzle level's clear rate finally sank below it after many, many botched attempts from people who crashed against it, but we'll talk about that one later. In the meantime, let's take a look at Donkey Concert. Let's see how many tunes we can identify and name. Now, many of Cupcake's previous music levels also involved some Nintendo themes. That's among what we saw over the weekend when we were previewing this week's Makers, is that Donkey Kong is certainly familiar territory for him. That looks like it was supposed to be a safety coin for a multi-checkpoint setup, and that grabbing it already was a mistake. It was a mistake, but that's okay, because we're just going to do the rest and hopefully not do that. And that's okay, because we have not hit a checkpoint yet, so we can just ignore the safety coin in future attempts. It took me a moment to register everything that was going on here to very clearly signal to a mildly experienced Mario Maker player that we were in for some checkpointing. Really good setup here with the music, as we have this introductory zone. Getting the loop going. Interesting how the arrangement of the loop over here almost kind of coaxes you to check the left side for that 10 coin, even though the path is quite clearly forward. So everything is just going to stay loaded, and we'll make our way up ahead. That's going to blow up. Vine climbing, of course, is going to be quite familiar. I think these are meant to simulate the bees that are all over DKC, in that they're floating up and down and you are discouraged from jumping towards them. Okay, that's part 1 down. And this is, of course, just the multi-checkpoint setup with an 8th note here. Let's check above, although everything looks pretty tightly scroll-locked. And it's just going to be a double checkpoint dropping us back into the main entry section. Yeah, we'll just do them left to right. And we'll see what's being set up here silently as we once again go for the 10 coin and look very suspiciously and longingly at the hard blocks as though there would be some kind of scroll break that's made possible. Okay, this is going to be a track riding segment. Oh, whoops. With so many moving elements in every level that we've been playing, we do have to adjust our intuitive sense of momentum sometimes. So let's say we go here directly. Music is going to load up fairly promptly, though. I would hope so, anyway. There we go. Now it loads up. But you can see how the 10 coins on the left side are laid out in such a way as to encourage you to leave enough time for the music to load. Clearly there was another POW block above that POW block, such that the double muncher stack would go down, I think. If I understood that properly. I might have been wrong about that, actually. Yeah, let's just grab the 10 coins every time anyway. We'll just let the music load and stay on for the duration. Kind of interesting to see what's going on decoratively here as well. And yeah, we'll miss that 10 coin, unfortunately. And we'll try to make... Let's jump here. And we have another 10 coin down below if we should choose to risk it, which we will. And here we go, next. Did we ever check this side? Okay. Of course, so far, not really seeing what's going on with a potential cake route yet. As we get into, of course, the familiar aquatic ambience. Certainly, I think, has held its appeal as one of the most memorable tracks in DKC, which, for those of you who haven't been keeping track, did finally make its appearance in the Nintendo Switch Online Super Nintendo Selection. DKC 1 anyway, 2 and 3 are not up yet as of this writing. DKC 1 is finally there, and it'd be worth a look again. Of course, we don't get to ride On Guard the Dolphin anywhere here, but... Not a dolphin, rather, the swordfish. The swordfish. Who hasn't made too much of a comeback in more recent DKC games. I mean, obviously Rambi is back, but a lot of the other animal companions, not so much, not yet. And of course, okay, so we did check this a little while ago. It is Sticker Bush Symphony, not Sticker Brush, right? There was some dispute about that because Google is no help whatsoever in that dispute. When the two options, one being the mistake and one being the correct track title, are both so incredibly popularly used that a lot of people, when they were young, had just kind of processed this as Sticker Brush, when it was in fact confirmed with David Wise that it is Sticker Bush. We did check this when it came up with another music level, actually, by one of the other 4YMM makers. I believe it was Mini Barf's level that made reference to Bramble Scramble in the original. Okay, we are 3 coins down. Okay, fourth or here. And yeah, indeed an absolute classic. From DKC2. Something that I think was actually brought back in Tropical Freeze as well. There is a, Bramble level in Tropical Freeze that does, in fact, reuse this music. Yeah, Mr. L, I believe that the localization between Brawl and Ultimate might just have been corrected, because even Nintendo themselves don't seem to be able to keep this completely straight, which is why there has always been tons of confusion over the issue. But David Wise, the composer of DKC2 and DKC, I think was always fairly certain, from his memory anyway, that it was supposed to be Sticker Bush. Which sort of makes more sense, actually, if you know your botany, I suppose. But you can kind of see why people might assume it's Sticker Brush. It's one of those mistakes that seems highly plausible, you know? It's like the DKC equivalent of the expression free reign. So, you know, you always ask, like, do you know how to spell free reign? And, like, even some of the most experienced and professional writers you'll encounter actually do get it wrong. Not knowing that free reign is actually spelled R-E-I-N, because it refers to horse riding. Because they just assume that it's spelled free reign, R-E-I-G-N, like you have, you know, full control over your domain that you somehow run and have control over, you know, like if you are the editorial staff that is running IGN, then you have free reign with IGN, you know. But I think Sticker Brush or Sticker Bush is in very much the same situation. We are, of course, going to check this side. That's going to give us a way back. It's going to give us a giant banana here, but, oh, we needed to crack this. Yeah, we need to crack this open. And can I die here, or do I need to redo this? I think I actually do need to redo this, because I nuked this prematurely instead of letting it break. If I had let it break, then we would be able to sneak through into the cake room that is tucked inside the banana, of all places. That's okay. I have no problem whatsoever with reliving all this music one more time. I hit that block at just the right time to prevent it from getting broken by the spike ball. Okay. Mr. Electrodude says the audio thing is delayed. Checked quickly in another stream, but no issues there. We'll do a quick audio reset since you have requested it, just to make sure that people do not have that issue, specifically because we're also working on a music level, which I'll start over one more time regardless. So give me one moment, we'll do an audio reset. Yeah, the delay is usually a sign that there is some processing lag on our time, which is on our side rather, which is usually a sign that some audio flickering may be about to happen. So let's get that repaired very quickly. Would be absolutely disastrous to have that fail on the music level, but we'll fix it and see if it sticks. So thank you once again for warning me that these things are happening. And we'll see if we've managed to get rid of a delay. So is audio working? How's that? Synchronization okay? Let me know how it is. And we'll just replay this one with the audio hopefully functioning a little bit better. And okay, let's go. Great, it seems normal now. Good. Yeah, because usually a little bit of audio lag is the first sign that we're starting to encounter the processing lag that eventually makes it crackle or cut off completely, so. Like I said, I do know where the issue is coming from, but nobody else knows how to fix it either. So yeah, thanks for warning me about that once again. And of course, we'll just match this up properly once again. And hopefully actually make all the jumps this time. Really interesting to see how much the contributions that were made by Rare and later by Retro to the DKC series rather, has kind of taken over as the primary identity of Donkey Kong as a series, even though it of course goes back to the earliest arcade work from Shigeru Miyamoto, and that's DK and, you know, DK Jr. and DK3 back in their original arcade form and NES form used to, I guess, present a very different sense of what a Donkey Kong game is like, in ways that I think have been captured in pretty much a totally different respect by things like the Mario vs. DK series and of course DK94 on Game Boy, which presaged a lot of that. It's kind of like they took the aspects of what we originally associated with Donkey Kong and kind of had them split along two very different lines of heritage, but that our modern sense of Donkey Kong, like a lot of it was in the country games where it really did come together. Certainly in the character design, certainly in some of the music that we associate with it, but also in the scale of the platforming, in terms of what we consider DK-like platforming, which is a far cry from the single arcade rooms that originated the form. So, okay, so in the meantime, we'll just jump up over here, experience the sticker bush once again. And sneak under this guy. Yeah, very straightforward. You can see why this is one of the most accessible levels that we've seen in 4YMM so far, actually. Of course, that record, I think, is going to remain held by Lantis's Wildflower, which had a clear rate of about 90% and is very difficult to fail, shall we say. Okay, let's not double tap that. And pop back in here, and here's 4YMM. Okay. Make like a banana. And split. I think for a cake that is quite like this, that will suffice. Obviously, we need a bit of a banana expression. And yeah, Electrodude, always free to lurk, of course. Now that we have audio going, I mean, do feel free to stop by if we have more technical issues sort out in the meantime. No candles on that cake, but I assume that he was just out of entity space by this point, and besides, you don't want to melt the banana split. Yeah, the winning jingle in there. That's very well observed, Remmers. That is a very nice touch indeed. having that loaded in right in proximity to that room. So, that's it for Cupcake. And we have... Well, I guess we're progressing past number 4 and on to number 5, although, of course, we've only played 3 so far. So, let's take a look at the Yoshi Not Ridden. I need to let you know, by the way, that if you are accustomed to what I usually do on this stream, which is to play puzzle levels very exhaustively and talk through every single thing and kind of walk through the thought process, I do, in fact, know the solution to this one already because I was one of the early playtesters on it. I'll probably have to reconstruct some of that from memory because it was a little bit of time ago, and moreover, I may have just forgotten most things, and some things may in fact have changed and been moved around, so we'll have to solve it anew, but at the same time, I do know the shape of the solution, and so unfortunately, I have denied you all the pleasure of watching me struggle. However, to hopefully compensate for a little bit of this, because this is, by the way, a fantastic and already notorious puzzle level that I think if you love puzzles, this is just so well worth solving on your own. To compensate for not really being able to show you the process of my struggling through this one and chasing false leads down blind alleys, I'm going to do a full reading of the accompanying poem. Because Four Wings, who is called Four Wings here because the name that he goes by elsewhere, Tetrateryx, does not fit within the character limit. He is a specialist in poems about dinosaurs, in paleopoetry. And for the occasion of this level, he has written a parody of the poem The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. And we're going to do a full reading of what his accompanying text looks like, because it actually does give you a certain series of clues as to how this level is shaped. And yeah, you've seen so many streamers struggle with this very badly, as you would, because, you know, even on my side, as I was doing an early playtest of it, I took a significant amount of time for this. Partly it was because I was, you know, trying to break things and capture playtesting footage and so on, but there was a significant amount of time that I spent just sort of running out the clock, running out the whole 500-second cycle and getting the next reset, because something would show up and block me before the next checkpoint I want to reach. Regardless, here is the poem. The Yoshi Not Ridden. 2 Yoshis hatched on the Switch's screen, and sorry I could not ride them both. I briefly paused and took in the scene, and then chose the Yoshi whose hide was green, and left the red with a solemn oath that I shall travel and then return to ride the fiery one as well, for it was anxious to have its turn, and use its power to breathe and burn, but could not swallow a Koopa shell. And both that morning equally lay, in eggs that opened as I drew near. Oh, lament the one that I sent away, for in its eyes I could see dismay, and loneliness was its greatest fear. A plumber's promise is not a lie, as indecision becomes remorse. 2 Yoshis hatched on a Switch, and I'll surely give them both a try, and that is how I shall clear the course. Now, of course, if people had bothered to pay attention to that, they perhaps would have solved the puzzle much sooner. Okay, let's take a look. Always makes me think of the part in Grim Fandango. I don't know if any of you puzzle enthusiasts are familiar with the classic LucasArts adventure Grim Fandango, but there is a puzzle in that as well that also involves Robert Frost, because in the beginning of the game there is a sequence where you are making balloon animals or telling somebody to make balloon animals because you're trying to acquire a balloon in your inventory for a particular puzzle that you needed to solve. What are we doing? I fired that. Fired that. Oh yes, fire. Yes, that's right. Light the bomb. And so there's this guy who is a balloon artist at the Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos Carnival, in the Land of the Dead, and you can challenge him to create a balloon animal shaped like Robert Frost. And so later on, you have a puzzle interaction where you have to pop the balloon to scare away some pigeons in order to collect like a pigeon egg or something like that. And if you show them the balloon that is shaped like Robert Frost, then the character you're controlling, Manny Calavera, he says, look out, you pigeons, it's Robert Frost. And anyway, that's the other side of where Robert Frost is kind of, relevant to puzzle game heritage. We have to go down here. Merlin, you loved the level, by the way. Okay, well, thank you for that. Hope you do manage to stay long enough to see us do the walkthrough. And if not, you can always stay afterwards. So we've gotten past what is the central hub room with a series of introductory puzzles that they're not really puzzles so far. It's just a series of interactions that shows you Green Yoshi and Red Yoshi and leads you down a fairly fixed central path to this room. So far, it's just there to give you a lay of the land, let you scan around, see what's going on. I am going to run out the timer because you actually need to play very efficiently in order to get this level down. You can see that when we respawn out of the pipe, that the camera position has changed, and the camera position is popping us back up. Also, these 1-ups and mushrooms at the bottom, there is apparently a way to get them. I think it will almost certainly just involve a spin jump or other interaction, but this is apparently a bonus puzzle inside the puzzle that nobody to my knowledge has actually figured out on their own. In that it is sort of a bonus objective on top of the cake and on top of the puzzle and everything else. In the meantime, let's see what's going on here. I don't think that... yes, the Wiggler is within range. That means we can lower it into the seesaw. And we can bust our way through here. You can see already that this is going to be a two-way passage depending on the state of the on-off switch, so that'll be something we'll need to play with later. Also looking for some clues that are recapitulated from earlier zones. You can see this Buzzy kind of resembles the Buzzy that we saw in one of the main hub rooms as we dropped into the subworld. So, when we get into proximity, the Buzzy is going to drop the POWs. Notice that lower tongue doesn't hit the POW. Now, this was a really interesting Yoshi mechanic that I didn't know about. But apparently, High Swallow... Watch this. High Swallow is kind of along that 1, 2, 3, 4 tile swallow range. I knew about this not only because I'd previously playtested it, but because actually it is signaled by the Buzzy shell in the first hub room that we dropped into in the subworld. There actually is a very slight visual clue to it, but watch this. Low Swallow reaches by 5 tiles, so there's a very specific Yoshi mechanic that this makes use of in order to enforce the 3 POW order that you see here. Now, here, this is going to test that mechanic, and this is one of the things that took me a very long time the first time, because I saw that you have this 4 tile range here, and I thought, okay, fine, we can just swallow. And that's very true, but for a while I was trying to do a High Swallow, and the High Swallow just doesn't reach. And that was just kind of a habit of mine, but I think most people who habitually go for the Low Swallow are going to do that just fine. Moreover, if you just try to jump directly into swallowing, you can see that it doesn't actually have the reach you need. You do, in fact, need to ride the donut block down. And Merlin, you need to head off anyway. Yeah, well, thanks for dropping by. As I said before, if you're interested in the making of that level, you're certainly welcome to come back and check the video afterwards. So, we see a couple of different possible interactions here. Big Boo over to the right, over some ice blocks. Once again, we know how this works. We're going to check this for swallows, but it's not going to be a POW that time. It's going to be something that triggers a POW explosion off screen, I think, and drops that muncher out and gives us a Koopa shell. Now we see a seesaw gate. We see 2 different kinds of weights. We see mole plus muncher, and we see stump plus muncher. Now, given the stump over there, the stump is going to have more weight. It's going to be on the end of the seesaw as well. We know that if we want to drop in with the shell in tow, we actually still don't have enough weight to do that, so... let's see what else we can do to... possibly weigh things down, or... what are we even holding? We're holding the Koopa shell. So yeah, the sort of thought that I might have been able to just blast through this level from familiarity alone may actually have been overambitious. Because I don't remember what I did here. Except that I think you have shell weight plus Yoshi weight plus Toad weight. And it was something else that you could do in order to weigh things down and release one of these on a side. One thing we did not really check was what? Let me think about this for a moment, because I actually don't remember. Which is great, because you get to see me stumble through this. Shell weight is... come down here. And then what did we actually do from there? Okay, this is great. I'm kind of glad that I get to solve this all over again. Now, if we spit and destroy it, I mean, nothing's going to change. We actually weigh less than before. We didn't really check this location here. But I'm pretty sure that's going to involve Fire Yoshi blasting towards the ice later. That seems to fairly clear signal to me. One thing we didn't check was anything else to swallow on this side. I think so, after we removed the muncher. Was there something we could do? Ah, yes, Yoshi spits. Or Yoshi tongue to swallow mole. Yes, that's right. That should release this. And we don't have enough weight yet. We still need shell weight in order to compress that. We have 20 seconds. Let's get in here and hopefully... Okay. I'm actually not going to get this in 20 seconds, I think. We can fire left, we can fire right. Fire right. That's going to give me a spike ball. I can swallow the spike ball. 7 seconds. It's going to tap the switch. We have 2 seconds. 1 second. Checkpoint. And okay. So we're past checkpoint, and that's okay because we're going to trade out Yoshis anyway. However, you'll notice that we had hit the on-off switch earlier. And, oh, I think going into this room you had to reset the state back to on anyway in order to get through that door, if I was paying attention properly. It is going to signal anyway. We have red Yoshi on the right side, green Yoshi on the left side. You'll see here you have state indicators for red and blue. You'll see here that it is exit only, because if you spawn and fall on the P-switch, you get to come back through here. So, why don't we enter the main room as red Yoshi, past the checkpoint, and see what we are up to. First thing that becomes clear, of course, is that red Yoshi can fire a bomb. Firing the bomb locks us into this side, but it also releases weights in such a way that we are able to get through once again and drop into this room with an altered on-off state, and therefore a different sequence. Okay, so far we know that there is ice that we need to hit. Just going to have a targeted shot. You can see, of course, the Boo plus ice clue reminds us of a spot we saw earlier. This is something that took me a while to figure out because it's another mechanic I didn't know, which is that in order to be able to reach a power-up that's located like this while riding Yoshi, you actually need to do a crouch jump. And Yoshi allows you to peek above by one tile. You see that because you are only detected as standing on that tile. You're allowed to fit in that one slot over the donut blocks. but at the same time, you have enough height to actually grab the thing. So, very specific interaction there. One that is going to give me what? It's going to give me access to Fire Flower plus Red Yoshi, which allows me to fire like this. Being able to fire like this tells me that I can hit that bomb. There are, I see already, I think, some changes to this room, like the ice block that we just hit on the left. Don't remember if that was originally there. But that's okay, it's the final version that counts. We kind of did that a bit early, because I knew that there was a spot that you needed to fire. But generally, you would want to break this open, loop around, grab Red Yoshi. We're going to do that anyway. Oh no, because you need to send Red Yoshi through here, now that we opened up the gap. That's how we're going to bring him up. Because now we've cleared the way. So, really neat little logical sequence here. It allows you to get in position to nuke all of that. And so we can see clearly here that Yoshi's going to be sent to the other side and delivered back to us. We'll have to rejoin him over there. But this acts as a power-up gate that enforces losing the Fire Flower for the next series of interactions. Now, this is a timing challenge, I think, using something that we did know about earlier. I think it's fairly clear we need to blow up the question block, probably for the key. We did know earlier in this level, I think, that a timed shot gives you a very quick bomb drop, and that would probably offset the timing enough. That's, yeah, there we go. You would have an explosion just like that. Okay, you want to submit a clip. Sorry about that, Remmers, I missed that. Let's permit you. Looked away from chat for a minute. Yep, please do submit the clip. Now we'll look at it later. Well, we're actually not going to get this in 20 seconds. And yeah, you know, I had something like that happen in Paper Mario the other day too, where I just had a fight go very poorly. If you know how to dial puzzles work in Paper Mario, I had a fight where, you know, we were down to a couple seconds, and I said, well, this is a disaster. I'm clearly not going to get it. And then the solution just came together very quickly on the final move. So sometimes my predictions about the speed of my performance or the accuracy of my performance can absolutely not be trusted. So, will we outweigh the stump? Yes, we will, and we'll head through this pipe and see where the right side is going to lead. So, down here we go. Looks like we can bust through the ice. That's eventually going to give us a passage down to this guy. Once it's lowered, obviously we need to obtain the Fire Flower in order to lower the blaster with a diagonal shot. All of these other locations, in the meantime, we can hit with fire. That is going to mostly just unlock this location. Entirely unlock that location. This is going to break a second Red Yoshi, which means Red Yoshi is obtainable again if we should have to trade him out in the next room. So, what are we looking at here? This is going to be a bomb interaction. And that's going to be seesaw weight, so I think we just need to drop him. Oh, we could have hit the bomb on the right side as well, but I don't think we need to do that yet. So here we are back into this room. You can see the little POW clue on the left side that we were talking about at the very beginning. You can see the peace switch is repeatedly activated because of the way that top corner is working. So we are gated off from returning to the main world hub. We're trapped in a subworld hub. Being trapped in the subworld hub does what? Well, currently it only gives us Red Yoshi because we came in here with the on-off state set to on. if we toggle the on-off state and then came back into this room, we wouldn't have access to green Yoshi, so why don't we do that? And I believe to do so, we would need to hit that bomb. So let's reacquire Red Yoshi, come back through there before the seesaw interaction, hit that bomb, toggle the on-off switch, get through that pipe to the left, and obtain green. And that's going to be fairly clear. I think we do need to spawn our way back in here in order to do that. Yes, we actually do need to respawn on this side with red. Never mind. We need the other red because we want to be in a situation where the P-switch activation here allows you to drop that bomb on the other side, so just watch. When fire from all the way over here, we'll need to, of course, drop Yoshi on the right side. No, we messed that up. We needed to hit the bomb once it was actually within range of the on-off switch. Let's do that again. We'll be within range of running out the timer once again because we're within 60 seconds. And that is the risk of trying to talk through this level and occasionally lose track of what's going on, is that running out the timer is a major, major risk factor. But we'll see how we do, because we're clearly not going to get this in 50 seconds. But let's get back in here, acquire green, and move back in. And let's be relatively brisk about it. We are going to need a green Yoshi in order to acquire the Fire Flower. Already kind of thinking ahead to how we'll do that. We'll need to acquire it from this side. Spit it back out. Acquire it. Get on red. Get on red and try to land that shot. Okay, we got 15 seconds to get to the checkpoint. Let's see if we can make it. We're going to be blocked here by mysterious Masami Castle. 2, 1. Checkpoint, checkpoint, checkpoint. Checkpoint. We were clearly not going to do that in 50 seconds. This is totally not planned, by the way. Just our luck. Just our luck. Okay, so we have Spiny Shelmet. Spiny Shelmet is going to be our new progression tool because we are going to be getting back into the main hub with the off position and green Yoshi once again. So let's see what kind of configuration that's about to create for us. Once again, still kind of wondering about this thing here. We're going to have to return to that sometime. I might not get it in this session, but I was told that this is some kind of obtainable secret. And that's just, you know, little developer tip that we received in the process of playtesting this. So we're going to break that. That allows us to tap the on-off switch. Tapping the on-off switch allows us to come through here and do what? Swallow that. Swallowing that allows us to come through here. Now, interestingly enough, if we decided to redo the on-off switch on the other side, what would happen? Well, let's break this first. Let's not think too hard about that yet, but yeah. Okay, toggling the on-off switch still allows you to come through here. Allows you to come through here, and allows you to drop this. We need to figure out some way to get rid of that wiggler. You can see that it's on top of the on-off block, but here's something interesting. It's out of camera range. If we activated the on-off like this, notice that because the wiggler is out of camera range, it does not actually lower the muncher. And it wouldn't regardless, I don't think. We need to find some way to manipulate that. And you'll notice that the on-off block underneath the blaster as well also just maintains that gate. So let's think about this gate once more. Come through here. This does nothing with the current on-off state, but we can, if we had access to red, come through here and blow up that bomb. So tapping the on-off switch and setting it back off, of course, gives us access to red in this room. If we have access to red, no, sorry, I have it the wrong way around. We need access to red by tapping the switch first. Let's grab that Yoshi, tap the switch, come back in. And yeah, this is slightly out of order. Okay. Come back here, grab red. And indeed... Oh, let me think about this. There is actually something I considered there that I'm not going to try just yet, but that's with, foreknowledge of how this level actually works. I may tell you about it afterwards if I remember. But let's try to do this once again. Oh yes, the Wiggler respawns, so you can't actually lower it that way, can you? Because Wigglers are impervious to fire. But if you come through here, I'm actually going to do something a little bit differently from, no, need to tap the switch. Yeah, it is sort of interesting to go through this again and try to muddle through it. Because suppose we decided to grab Yoshi like this, come back through here, so we know that the bomb interaction at the bottom is what is relevant to us and what we'll ultimately want to play with somehow. The bomb is dependent on what looks like a key-switch interaction. What does that hit? No, okay, so here's what's going to happen, is that we want this Buzzy Shell over here to be triggered by that trampoline such that it sails all the way to the right. Sails all the way to the right and manages to hit the on-off from the side. The reason that we need to hit the on-off from the side is because hitting it from the bottom has everything on the left position off camera. If it's off camera, then that doesn't do us any good whatsoever. So, instead what we need to do is maybe even have both Yoshis available. But we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Seems like we actually needed a slightly different interaction with how that Wiggler on the left side is going to be removed. So let's just take a look at this for a moment. A couple of different ideas here. Because I legitimately do not remember from this. Ah, yes, that's right. Crouch swallow. There we go. So let's drop in through here. We can ultimately escort Yoshi down to this side. This is again slightly spoiler informed, by the way, because I'm not going through this totally blind. Obviously, it's quite possible to come down here without ever bringing Yoshi down with you. If you don't bring Yoshi down with you, you'll just need to obtain a new one over there. But in the meantime, we are in a position to do what? We can send Yoshi down to the left. We indeed kind of have to. It is, however, impossible to run him over to the left. Ah, yes, and the conveyor pushes him back this way. So let's see here. We see one of these markers again indicating some kind of potential swallow. Actually, there's a thwomp trigger on that side. And the thwomp trigger should do what for us? Let me think about this. We're down to 90 seconds. Okay, thwomp trigger I thought would give us access to something on this side. Instead, it just lifts me up here. Would have hoped that it gets Yoshi back around, but we can bring him back here anyway, so it's not really going to be relevant. What do we want to do to progress? It seems like an on-off toggle would unlock this sequence here. Seems like we have to maybe just hoping for some kind of swallow. But nothing is going to be above that thwomp, so this is going to just take a moment because I think this is something that actually did get changed between versions. So I actually do have to solve it anew, which is great because it means we get to walk through it properly. We have Yoshi down here. Do we have the ability to swallow anything? Bounce on anything? Seems like we'd want to come here with the... First of all, it seems like we'd want to come here with Red Yoshi so we can blow up the fire. If we do come down here with Green Yoshi, what do we do? There is surely a way to escape. But yeah, it looks like I'm not completely spoiled on this after all, or at least just going to muddle through this as a victim of our limited memory. Yeah, you can see all those mushrooms creeping down there. Break this open. Break that open. And break this. Once again, crouch swallow. Crouch swallow is going to toggle the switch on the other side. Let's try to let this donut block take us down without overlapping with Yoshi. And just reset our previous position. Resetting our previous position does what? Yoshi over there wants to be accessible. Obviously we can run over to the left, but running over to the left would actually lose the Shelmet, and I don't think I want to do that. I want to preserve it somehow, don't I? But it might be necessary unless we devise some way of using a Green Yoshi cleverly on this side. Might be that we eventually have to take Red down here anyway. So, who knows? We might just have to reclaim the helmet, actually, because currently it looks like coming back to this side, no, would lose the helmet, but it would also reclaim Red Yoshi. Red Yoshi is going to stop the jump block over there. That's clearly just going to break everything here. So what's going on with the thwomp launching us on this side? That's the question. I think what we want to do, actually, is drop down to the lowest level. And how do we do that? We want to sneak to the right somehow. Sneak to the right in such a way that we can, in fact, sneak down with Yoshi. Okay, hang on. Let me just jump off for a second. Dismount. Dismount. can get down here. I actually don't remember this room at all. Obviously, the way we can unlock the other Yoshi is by going down there. I don't think that actually does anything for us as such, though. Let's fumble around this for a bit. Okay. Still nothing on this side. I mean, it looks very clearly like a swallow marker. But not very clear at this point. Yeah. Maybe not. Looks like it was supposed to be. But I don't remember if that was actually part of the original solution. Obviously, at this point here, if we were in an on state, we would be able to drop Yoshi down gracefully. We would ideally want to spit fire or spit something else over to the left. Is there a way to transport Yoshi down to that spot over to the left? That's very curious. Probably is something I'm just missing. So there's a key door that's going to be an exit here. Unclear to me where that key is going to come from. Could very well be from that jump block, actually, except I think the jump block is almost certainly going to be a spike block spawn that blasts all this stuff. So why don't we actually try it so we can show off some more of the level. I mean, that's clearly going to be a hat-losing interaction. This gives us 2 Yoshis. Giving us 2 Yoshis allows us to launch a Yoshi over to the top corner. Maybe launching a Yoshi to the top corner will give us something to work with. I don't think it does, actually. I honestly don't remember this. We have... What else? Can't really get in range of the bomb swallow until we've blasted this with fire somehow. Can't really do that until we have an on-off switch. Yeah, I was fairly certain that this was what was signaling something to us, but I think the idea is that we actually do need to get Yoshi up there somehow into the top corner. Don't quite remember how that's going to work, as the thwomp gives us a certain amount of range, of course, but not quite enough to work with. Yeah. Taking the Green Yoshi down here, I'm thinking of trying to take Green Yoshi up to the top corner, doing some kind of tongue grab. But presumably to get us access to something like the key. But so far, not seeing how that's actually going to work. Alternative is, of course, sneaking a Yoshi down into that lower spike, but I'm not quite clear on what that's protecting. So yeah. It looks like we may have gotten ourselves into a bit of an awkward position here. Yeah, I don't even remember ever being stuck in this section, so I do think that probably was subject to some kind of redesign. But in the meantime, just going to try high swallow, low swallow against a thwomp. None of that's going to give me much. Timer is going to kind of warn us that we've blown a whole attempt on this one already. Pipe is just where we came in. Door is presumably how we want to get out. So, what have we not attempted with a tongue? Possibly we want to ride the seesaw directly. Curious. I just don't remember this. Anything that would be in here. Okay. Clearly, and I know I've said this before, we're not going to get this done in 10 seconds. I think, unfortunately, this time, I may be right for a change. We have in fact blown, yeah, like a full attempt on this obstacle alone. The track marker seems to indicate something off screen that I should be paying attention to. Clearly, I don't think I'm actually locked in there by any means, but we'll have to see what's up with that. Yeah, we see again track marker there that was similar to the hint we had received previously. We see also key door returning us to that central hub. Should we go back? So why don't we get back to that gate once more. Now, interestingly, this gate, having toggled the on-off switch, is going to lock us in here, which means we have to continue this way. It is possible to take this down as well. Taking that route down doesn't actually let you keep Yoshi, though. It'll leave him trapped on this side, which is why I'm going to be doing things this way, just to ensure that we can, in fact, take him through. Okay, what's going on here? Once more into the breach. Alright. So, progressing with that Yoshi on the left actually didn't do anything for us except lose the Shelmet. We have the power of Green Yoshi. The power of Green Yoshi is going to do something here involving the seesaw. We just don't know what. Really does seem like it should be a swallow. Or at least some way of getting Yoshi up into a higher position. Oh, there we go. That was correct all along. So yeah, what it was we need to get the maximum possible height off the Yoshi swallow. The maximum possible height is from the highest point of the seesaw, plus a jump, plus a high swallow. So, didn't need to burn 8 full minutes on that, but we'll do that anyway. Okay, so we're back in a hub room. Back in a hub room now with access to this room here, which means that if we come back with the on-off switch toggled, we can set our way through using red. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to switch over to red. It's something of a head scratcher. I remember the most important parts of the solution. So what we can do at this point is, yeah, we have to grab red, I think, in order to break the ice in that other room we just saw. I think that's necessary. But yeah, we'll need to get down here into this position. And possibly... Okay, that's only going to break the first one, actually. Oh, here we go, second one. Gonna blow something up. We can, at this point, send red down. But for spoilerific reasons, I'm not going to. What I'm going to do... And at this point, I do recommend that if you have not played this level, I do recommend that you turn away, because I am going to spoil the final puzzle, since I already know it. Actually, we can just kind of take you through the loop and show you how it goes, but, you know what? Okay. Let's switch back to green. As you can see, the concept of this level continues to be about switching between green and red together. The idea behind it is, so notice the positioning of this door. If we do this properly, having kept a green Yoshi, we should be able to do a little bit of switching, because the idea would be to perhaps get them down at once. Now, I actually, when I originally tested this, did it an even harder way than the intended solution. I actually managed to take like 3 Yoshis down with me. I got 2 greens and red all the way down. But in lieu of that, we're going to come over here. And yeah, we're doing fine. Yeah, I can totally see your message. So, I see MSB Chicken, you are still enjoying the benefits of being purple. Okay, I thought I could actually do a quick egg snatch. There we go. So this actually does test whether you understood the swallow mechanic from earlier. That tells you a high swallow and a low swallow have a bit of a different reach. Because the reach, poking right into the center of that 2x2 spawn location for the red egg is actually what we wanted. So, having cleared out the ice over here, we can actually just go down directly. I was thinking originally, oh, why don't we just drop a Yoshi down here? But it seems like this is actually more for transporting green if you didn't have red available. So breaking this open was not, in fact, necessary. And I think breaking this open would be something that would likely be skipped by a speed record. Okay, so this was one of my favorite interactions within the level, by the way. I know I just kind of spoiled that whole puzzle as well, but the fact that you needed the speed from damaging Yoshi rather than just releasing Yoshi in order to have Yoshi climb all the way to the left side here, that's a pretty unique interaction where like you do need to take damage as one of the few things in the entirety of 4YMM where damage is required in order to proceed. You manage to get Yoshi up to running speed, and getting him up to running speed solves a lot of things at once, in that it gives you a unique positioning for him that's not actually possible any other way. If you tried to do that another way, he would stop before getting to the relevant location. So, let's get down here. I think we had previously poked this side with fire, or hadn't we? It's okay, it doesn't matter. We have a lot of weight right now that we're carrying. We have Yoshi weight, we have egg weight, we have hat weight. That should be able to get us through. Now at this point, all of the locations that we've broken thus far, combined with the on-off switch blocking, are going to ensure that we reach this gate now. This pipe is not actually the pipe that we want. Again, that's a bit of a puzzle spoiler. It's actually a gate that tells you that both Yoshis are in fact required for this section. We're just going to do this the quick and easy way because I don't have enough time to do the full reset for you. At this point, it doesn't really matter which Yoshi we take because we have lowered the gate. Green or red? Well, we'll just take green. We'll have to drop him anyway. And this here should be the big slot right here, I think. And you can see why it's Spiny Hat Gate. And the Spiny Hat Gate would not have been possible, of course, if we had not kept Green Yoshi into that transfer into the subworld earlier. If we had not kept Green Yoshi, we would have had to take that mandatory damage on the left side over the conveyor belt that knocked off the Spiny Hat. So keeping it is the entire nature of the cake challenge. And so we have cake. And cake allows you to grab some Yoshis as well for this final segment. Allows you to, if you had green, you could swallow some fire and really put an end to a whole lot of this. We have 20 seconds left, so we'd better be fairly efficient. And we shall say that this is here. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Caps. Here lies the cake, not Asian. I suppose that scans closely enough. And we'll just put in a sad face. And yep. Like I said, Dark Flash, at the beginning of this level, I did kind of know the gist of the core of the solution simply because I had been a beta tester on this. So I effectively cut down our completion time on this by probably about an hour, given how long most streamers have spent on the final section of the puzzle. And so I guess I didn't really give it a completely full showcase. But I can duck back around if you're curious about any sections in particular. Looks like this is something that could be broken with either Yoshi. And, you know, clearly, this is not completable in the span of 10 seconds. We certainly had a few moments of tension when it comes to beating the clock in this one, and, you know, it's kind of astounding that I had a 41-minute time on it despite having actually seen this as a beta tester before, because of one particular room that, you know, cost me the entire 500-second attempt from just not quite remembering how it was going to go, but, you know, that's what happens when you do have the occasional off-screen element that does require rather precise placement of something that you can't see. So I actually had read that correctly and just executed it poorly. In that one spot with the swallow off of the seesaw on the right side. And yeah, so that's the Yoshi not written. So, in the meantime, let's move on to the next one. And once again, for those of you who are joining us late, I did skip over my own contribution, and we are, depending on time, holding that to the end where I will hopefully have the opportunity to do a design walkthrough of how it looks in the editor. But in the meantime, we have 3 more left to go, and we'll see how long they take us to get through. Beginning with Toxic, Bullet Blaster Road. From GM Fabio, who promises that this will be a gimmicky platform level with bullet blasters. Red coins are bonus. Enjoy. The lengthy description on the full website reads rather differently. It says, "It is midnight. Mario enters a mysterious toxic lake with a magical road of bullet blasters. There are many dangers and obstacles lurking on his way. Will he get through this gimmicky platforming madness and defeat the Iggy twins?" So it looks like Iggy is going to make a 2-fold appearance somewhere along the way. And we'll just have to find out how. Currently we have about a 3% rate on this, so I think often those are going to be clear rates that just vary quite a bit with how well people understand the mechanic. Once again, you see the call with the speed record. I think he's got almost all the speed records, except, of course, Zerfink holds this one. Zerfink, of course, being the maker of Permuting Perspectives in Week 1, and who, as a puzzle specialist, I guess we could have expected to score the record on a puzzle level. But in the meantime, the call has been grabbing absolutely all of these. So, not really going to compete with that, I'm afraid. But we will nevertheless give the level a look. Electrodude's going to have to go. Yeah, Electrodude, hopefully you can stick around while to, you know, kind of catch up on the video afterwards. If you can't stay for the segments that we're hoping to do at the end. This looks like it is just not obtainable as yet, and will require probably spawning back here somehow. Once we... Oh, no. going to be switch-based. Okay, so now we have a sense of what the on-off switch is going to do. Goes to peeking out here. This, of course, has shades of the earlier level in the project that we saw from Kerfix, involving Booze and Dry Bones in the Poison Swamp. And yeah, we do see some Dry Bones acting very naturally as one of the dynamic platforming elements that are available, and which you're able to set up with something dynamic like this, building the level as we go. So, what do we have here? We are going to just take this one jump at a time. This is all going to be fairly precise, given that the scrolling is entirely within our control, but of course the placement and timing of the bullet blaster mechanism itself won't be. So, always fascinating to think about how these things are put together, simply because your position relative to the camera, of course, is going to activate things as they spawn in, but there is a hard boundary to how far you are allowed to go at any given time safely, because of course the platforms on the ground are just not available. So from the maker's perspective, you know at any given point what the maximum horizontal position of the player is going to be. It's going to be whatever is the safe jump that is off the rightmost available platform. So with that in mind, the maker is allowed to control when things are spawning in, and therefore the reliability of some of these timings. I don't know, of course, what else is going on with the timing mechanism underneath, but we'll just do that safely for once. And that not so safely. So let's duck it back here. And yep, just a matter of actually clearing the obstacles at this point. Of course, the first pink coin is something that I made harder than was necessary. And we'll just try to remember to do it the easy way from here on out. Very subtle little checkpoint placement up there that we'll eventually loop into when we go through in the pipes. Very comfortable Dry Bones timing once you do in fact learn how to read it. And, yep. Just have to bounce atop that comfortably. Going to totally undershoot that arc there. Very satisfying to see how reliable these timings are. We're going to miss that coin, which just means that we'll have to come back for another attempt if we do in fact start failing or hitting a checkpoint or whatever. Okay, here is the cursed key. The road is going to create itself, and Phanto is going to get over here and give us a bit of a chase. It might be a survival timer from what I'm seeing. But it's very hard to tell because you don't know what kind of mechanism has been activated underneath by the on-off switch. It's more that from the way your position is restricted and from the way looking at how the blasters themselves are also entity blocked, you have a fair amount of information to infer from that it is going to be a survival timer. And no, you don't need to carry the keys. The keys work the same way that any of the other keys work in Mario Maker, with the difference that the SMB2 keys spawn Phanto onto the screen. But like any of the keys in the game, they are not carryable objects. They are things that just attach to the player. Looks like this is blocked in the 4YMM room, and it is going to require us to get back here, but with some kind of state change. Right? Oh, no. We actually just got bounced from the left door. Never mind. Completely misread that. We will, of course, have to redo some of this for the coin path, but we're just going to scout this out properly right now. That was a little too ambitious. I was thinking that there would be a bullet spawn that would be timed to make that safe, but once again, we will need to redo this anyway to grab the coin that we missed in the first half, and so we might as well learn all the timings the hard way now. And yeah, very nice, reliable coin markers in both cases. Looks like there will be a bit of a jump over. And that slipping down the bottom path instead of doubling back is what we needed to do in order to beat the Zappa Mecha timing. So the Frank Zappa Mecha Koopa. Which, for those unaware, in the editor, when the editor gives you the sound effects as you place the elements onto the level, it does give you the official localized names of the new red and blue Mecha Koopas. We needed to drop that as soon as possible, and when we were sitting on the right side of that platform. But it does, in fact, as I was told, indicate that the blue mechas are, in fact, the Zappa Mecha Koopas, and the red ones are the Blasta Mecha Koopas. The Zappa ones, of course, being in keeping with the retro music theme that motivated the naming of all of the Koopalings. And we're apparently going to see Iggy in this level. Iggy, of course, for Iggy Pop back in his day. And... oh, nope, that was much too soon. Kids these days do, in fact, have it too easy. It's really striking, actually, to go back to a game like Super Mario World and just see... like, you know, not even the NES games, but a game like Super Mario World, and see how many of the mechanics are, in fact, subtly different. The different ways that you interact with everything from the skewers to the pokies. Like, pokies are implemented a little differently here. All of the physics in Mario Maker, of course, are kind of normalized around the jump arcs of NSMB. But I think a lot of people don't actually notice that with that granularity of detail. Okay, there's another coin up there. And yeah, we've got a safety coin coming, of course, and we were just missing the coin that we passed in the first section, so this will not be too difficult to recreate. Okay, so here's Double Iggy. Double Iggy is just going to remain in position, and so this will be pretty much just a timed event in following the platforms appropriately and dodging the projectiles, so fairly defensive. At least in this phase. It looks like it is going to be based on a P-switch timer, given the key block outlines that are behind the respective Iggies. Oops. Yeah, but speaking of the differences, of course, between the Maker mechanics and the Classic mechanics, that was, of course, one of the things that the level from, I believe, last week, I don't remember if it was last week or the week before that, but Kenna's level that involved the skewers in a multi-checkpoint setup, that's what that was all about. It was trying to create skewers that would have the hard collision that they actually did in Super Mario World in terms of crushing you instantly instead of letting you take damage and live to see another day. And so, yeah, it was using munchers to replicate the original skewer mechanic. So there are little solutions like that that really kind of try to accurately emulate some of the behaviors that have since been lost. No such luck with carrying the keys, though. You'll just have to carry other key-like items instead as you interact with the level. So, that was the safety coin, which we'll miss. Or rather, we'll miss the door because we missed a coin at the beginning. So let's replay this and do a full coin route. But at least we've researched what the whole thing is going to look like. So, or something in the 3% range, yeah. I mean, that came together pretty quickly. Okay. But yeah, really interesting how you have that little bit of a nudge at the end when the blasters come up. Look at that. Makes me wonder what it is they're sitting on when they're becoming unloaded. I think it might be the case that there is a conveyor loading that happens at the very beginning underneath, such that you can control a lot of their initial spawning position. I'm not certain of that, but I'm trying to sort of reverse engineer how this is going on based on one of the visual clues we see, which is that little nudge as they come up. Like something is kind of forcing them in position. Yeah, we're just going to take the death there because obviously we do need to take a bit of a dash off of the spike. Not the spike, the snake platform. Getting off of the snake block platform and hanging back to the left in order to land safely on the blasters. That's going to be the path. A little bit difficult to do blind. I think that coin is one where you do have to see what's coming on an early attempt before you actually manage to complete it, but yeah, coin 1 is going to fall pretty simply. But yeah, you see that little nudge into position. That's definitely some kind of tell about the way this is set up, and I'm just sort of reverse engineering that in my head if I can. Okay. That's going to be a bit late, but that's okay. Swiss mechanics, as usual, are going to be a little bit strange. Okay, so what do we have here? There we are. Okay, it's going to get nudged into position one by one. And yeah, really nice how reliable this feels as a platforming level. Of course, not much room for you to get ahead and break anything. Which also, of course, makes me think about how the speed record is optimized. And how much flexibility there is, and also how much difference there is between the current speed record and the actual clear check time in terms of the level of flexibility. Nope. Was trying to get behind the firebar to maximize the amount of time that I would have available on a snake block, and to have myself delayed a little bit relative to the blasters on the other side that were meant to catch me. I should have been able to make that timing that I tried just now. I think it is safe if executed properly. And we'll just go ahead. Yeah. Really satisfying to watch some of the rows of multiple blasters just snap into position, you know. Like Lego bricks that are just clicking into place. Very satisfying. Again, most out of context, you know, maybe that suddenness, that abruptness of the animation would look like something that's a little bit weird or off, but in the context of this level, it works quite well. Okay, here we are. And that's all going to snap into position. Oops. But yeah, as long as we manage to get that second coin, I'm not too concerned about the rest. Nope, high bounce off that guy. Still thinking way too far ahead to how the big dry bones operate later on. That's certainly going to throw me off slightly. Interesting, the efficacy of this tutorial room, actually. Making you wonder how things are going to go and immediately showing you that there will be a blaster setup that makes you wait until the level is constructed under your feet. Okay. Once again, just going to find good positioning for the high bounces. And get over here. And yeah, we're definitely taking a slightly delayed timing on a lot of this stuff, but that's because I want to do that. I'm gonna hit that accurately, and we are through. Now we need to survive the Cursed Key. Interesting, by the way, to see how this blaster setup is manipulated with repetition. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. That the initial loading of this, when we are in the on state, you know, kind of creates this little locked chamber here, but that when the timer lock is released, let's see how that release was happening once again. I want to just pay close attention to how this room is unlocked. But yeah, kind of nice to see that initial loading, just get him up in the position. Create this little one-way zone, and look at that. Instead of being snapped out into position, you can kind of see some munchers die underneath. And lowering them into that very satisfying flat alignment. I don't know if coming through here when P-Switch was still active would have affected anything. I'm sure that was very thoroughly tested, just given how polished the rest of this level is. And once again, we'll get over here. And duck underneath. And get over here just to get the icicle down. You do need to anticipate that a little bit. The level does give you plenty of information to work with on that account, but can be tricky. That one was not too difficult to obtain. And yeah, we've got 4 coins. We've got a safety coin at the end, so we just need to clear the Iggy survival timer at this point. Lovely how these blasters are timed to catch you directly. I mean, obviously you have to press the level enough to fall straight down rather than trying anything especially daring. And Redux, you say you've played with this mechanic several times, but always find it difficult to build something. With Rhythmin, I assume you mean a good pace, yeah. Yeah, because, you know, you do have to make sure the player is not trapped in too much waiting time. Like, the thing that I find impressive about this is that it isn't auto-scroll, in that it is enforcing enough of the player's positioning and timing, you know, with kind of soft boundaries, that it's going to work reliably despite the potential room for variance in how things are going to be loaded. A lot of that, I think, is because of, you know, I would imagine that a lot of these blasters are loaded in clusters and fed onto conveyor belts in order to be lifted up, or that whatever is lifting them in the first place, you know, if they're being lifted by things like munchers that are loaded in for some reason. Like, a lot of that, you know, is still going to be set up in a very dependable way. That makes me think that there's this very clustered loading that's probably involved. We're just going to blow out the candles here and leave a little bit of a message. I can't think of anything even remotely creative. Toxic Bullet Blaster Road. Not so toxic. Cake, I hope. We really do have to premeditate some of these messages, I think, for the remaining levels, because I just can never come up with anything that's like even remotely up to standard. Of course, the cake is not dynamically loaded like the rest of this level, but we won't judge it. That's just a sign of its non-toxicity. Has a strange smell? Well, you know, when you've just kind of left this hanging in a musty old jungle for a while, that's likely what's going to happen. I do really like the vine decoration around this cake, though. I mean, that smell is probably not from the cake. That smell in this room is probably just from the swamp. And that's what happens when you just kind of leave it polluted like this, instead of clearing it of tourists like the canals of Venice, which are suddenly swimming with dolphins. And hey, Hyperion Smokestack, welcome back. Hyperion Smokestack, we are through... How many? Technically, we have done 5 levels out of 7. I say 7 because number 8, which was actually number 3 in sequence, was my own contribution. I don't know if you have had a chance to look at that yet, but I do in fact have the level code ready. And yeah, for those of you who are joining me late who have access to the game, I do recommend that you at least take a peek at the level, because at the end of this stream, time willing, and I think we will have time unless I get absolutely killed by Composer's level like I did with his older levels over the weekend, I will be doing a backstage walkthrough of how that level that I just posted in chat looks in the editor. Because a lot of people have been asking me about the mechanics, and we might as well get some of that on video for everyone to see. So, in the meantime, we have 2 more levels to play that are not mine. And we'll just go through them quickly. Of course, doing all the cake hunts along the way. So, here is a level by Rybones entitled Goodnight Goombas. No relation, I think, to the children's book Goodnight Moon, but you never know. With Mario Maker, you just never know. I mean, we already saw Robert Frost earlier, so, you know, who's to say that Goodnight Moon is ruled out as a literary influence of similar heft and prestige. But anyway, beneath the twinkling twilight, Luigi stomps through a camp of Goombas. This is going to be slightly below 2%, so it is going to be, I think, the second lowest clear rate we've seen today. The long description says, hop through the twilight at the expense of slumbering Goomba lives. A fun and challenging platformer based on floating Goomba mechanics. So we're going to be in the night theme where Goombas are going to be flitting to and fro. And we'll see how we stop them. You can see once again that the call has locked down the record like he has done for every single level except for the Four Wings puzzle that we saw not too long ago. And yeah, I think that record is going to stand, at least stand against me. But in the meantime, let's say goodnight to some Goombas. So, Dark Flash asked, what time do I expect that to be, roughly? Well, we've got about a 2% on this. We have a, I think, 3% on Composer's level, which makes that probably one of the easiest Composer levels to date. It depends on the difficulty of the cake hunt, but I'm hoping that we can get to that within an hour in terms of getting to my showcase. It will probably, hopefully, be less than that, but it depends on how much repetition we need to do in order to be completionists. And, of course, how much attention I'm paying to a level like this one, while I am simultaneously trying to respond to chat. So yeah, we're not in a particular rush. We do need to... Oh, didn't expect a split there. Forgetting to account for a split, and what a great and seemingly reliable position is actually giving me there for the upper Goomba to send me back up on the upper red block. Well, I mean, that's what, you know, early tutorial segments are for. They're here to show me what's going to happen, and that we are going to have to be aware of Goomba splits like that one for the rest of the level once we knock down the wings. Of course, our positioning there at that time was just much better, and so we didn't need to worry about that second bounce at all. So yeah, it's not actually necessary, which is good to know. And Cupcake Grafter, thank you for dropping by. We had a blast with Donkey Kongcert earlier in the stream. What was I doing? POW Block does what? Oh no, POW Block I think I actually just need to soft drop and ride it. Or, oh no, take it through. Unless this is just, yeah, okay. Sometimes I see one-way panels like this and I start being concerned that it's telling me specifically not to go down here. But in this case, that's something that is marked in distinction to all the other bottomless pits. And so not much of an issue. However, we see that there was a pipe down on the right side. That looks like it was a secret road. And so we had better keep that in mind in case we reset our way through here, as I expect. We will presumably need to get something like a bone shell. Oh no. POW Block takes out the Muncher. Second POW Block gives you a soft drop. Actually... No, because if we come through the pipe, we would only be holding one POW. If we're only holding one POW, we could take out the Muncher, but we don't have a mechanism to stand on in order to get through the door. So let's take a POW block through the blue pipe and see what awaits us. Oh, interesting. We will, of course, be checking this location. Aha! What is this all about? Cake. Okay, well that was... What shall we say about the Goodnight Goomba cake? Like, just Goodnight Cake? This section inspired by the children's classic Goodnight Cake. Close enough. Okay, and that'll just send us back down. And let's see, going through the upper pipe is going to take us where? Ah, going through the upper pipe takes us back here. So what is going on with the lower pipe? Oh, nothing. The lower pipe doesn't actually give us anything except a coin spawn. I suppose what's going on here is that I need to stop the Goomba. Ah, and it's going to split into two small Goombas. I stop the Goomba, I POW the Muncher. I have to come back across one small Goomba, grab the other POW, and yeah, we got it. So, take the Muncher, grab the POW, take advantage of the split, soft drop the POW, soft drop the POW on this side. Through we go. Okay, on-off switch is going to do what? It is going to disable access to this door. It is going to don't know what else it's going to do, but I feel like it's not required that I hit it. Before I stomp on a Goomba, hit the P-switch. P-switch blocks this. Goomba has wings, so we get a second jump off the Goomba, but we also assume at that point that the red blaster that is currently blocked on the right side is going to give me something useful. On the other hand, having additional Goombas is also useful, so why don't we hit this twice just to see what happens. Not clear yet, so. P-jump off that guy. This is a Goomba bouncing survival timer. That makes sense. We survived a P-switch and we head back over to the left side. It looks like what's going to happen there is that after the survival timer has expired, that will give us the key and also access to the door. And now we see why the one-way panels are actually where you are not supposed to go, but are a safe reset point, which is very gracious of this level. On-off state there doesn't look like it should matter. And as expected. Okay, looks like we, yeah, that's what the on-off enforcement was all about. We needed to come through this door with the state set to off in order to make this obstacle possible. Yeah, we need to clip the wings off the Goomba and fall immediately back on it. I knew that was the intended path, but failed at that anyway, which is always a cause for concern. But we'll just drop that. Okay. It's actually remarkable how safe this feels. But we'll make it. And this is going to be slightly more challenging. Because we're just going to miss. But not much of a repetition to get back there, thankfully. Here, everything, once you understand the solution, everything is fairly reliable. Drop that, go through. And tap that. And the trick here is to not be so low positionally as to get shot in the face. And to not expend all of these guys before you get a chance to exit, but of course, the pipe positioning there should reload the Goombas quickly enough that it's not an issue. That was, of course, the 4YMM room, followed by a checkpoint. The first bounce off the Goomba is going to get you in position to set up the thwomp. Do we want to go over the thwomp when it is going right to left? That's the question, and we are going to have to find out the hard way. Yeah, that series of bounces seem to do the trick. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect the scrolling speed to be quite that aggressive, even though we kind of given a clear signal of how that was going to go. Whoops. Might as well take advantage of all 4 available bounces when we see the large Paragoombas. Paragoombas, which disintegrate into a pair of Goombas. Nope, we just want single bounce, actually. Single bounce is enough after we hit the switch, and we should go forward immediately after that. There we go. Yeah, I was trying to stay low on a second bounce, but clearly not low enough. And we were a little bit behind this timer anyway, which, as I said before, is a pretty aggressive timer, so Want to stay as far up the screen as we can. Okay. I actually do want a higher bounce off of the last Goomba there because I want to give it enough time to go down. I was thinking initially that a short series of bounces would be what we wanted, but no, we actually need to stay high, which we can't do because the one-way panels actually enforce the maximum height. So, I think though what I want is a short bounce off of it the second time, because a short bounce will allow me to hang right and not bump my head. So it's going to be high bounce, short bounce, there we go. Very nice setup there, except we need to press the jump button right as we hit the blooper. It's going to be short bounces all the way until we hit the blooper. High bounce off the blooper. And okay. No, once again, just didn't get the short bounce the second time. We'll have to fix that. Nope. Okay, here we are. It's alright, shouldn't take too long to get this section put together. And a high bounce, short bounce. There we go. High bounce off the blooper, and we're just going to barely miss that. There's a very precise timing that we need to hit in order to make that piece work. High bounce, short bounce. Here we go. Whoops. Very nice of this level to give me a reset pipe. In fact, reset pipe is going to be the secret 4YMM room. And that's going to be, yeah, a second secret room that I didn't expect, given that we had seen the 4YMM text already. And yeah, we have a second comment that we would have been able to spend there, but it's alright. I think a lot of people just sort of accidentally get down there anyway. So, not something we're going to mark as a remarkable achievement. And in the meantime, let's try to get this sequence right. There we go, finally. No, we need to follow the arc and follow the coins to get the Goomba bounce to give us the second jump. It's sort of interesting how the bounce trajectory off the Power Goomba that's set up like that is supposed to be totally consistent. I have to watch that again to see how that's done, because that's something I find pretty interesting. Like this Goomba here, how is that reliable? It's because of the jump blocks, that regardless of whether the Goomba is bounced left or right, the jump blocks should be able to project it to the desired location. It's just that it might hit that with a different timing, depending on whether you send the Goomba right or left, which depends on their landing location. So either way, we should be doing a full jump and heading for that second coin on the assumption that the Goomba is going to land safely in place. So here we are once again. Short bounce down that guy. Yeah, just ride out our momentum. Was thinking I should get a second bounce in that one, but I think that's not correct. Given the scroll timing, we just need to go forward. Okay. And up we go. Very satisfying to nail that every time. And we'll be falling a little bit short after that, so. Okay, falling a little bit behind pace here. Luckily, that's going to get us back on the mark. Yeah. 30 coin down. I beat the scroll at this point. Thankfully, plenty of opportunity to get ahead a little bit, and... Yep. Very nice little adjustment that we can make on the final jump there. Oh, look at the Goomba heart. That could be death. Let's not do that. What lovable Goombas. Their way of saying goodnight. And our way of saying we like it. Okay, so we have one more to go out of the levels that are not mine. And that is going to be the one from Composer, called Unbreakable Determination, which is Mario pretending to be Link, pretending to be Ryu Hayabusa because Nintendo. Not sure why because Nintendo, but it's been long enough since I have taken a look at Ninja Gaiden that, to be honest, I don't really expect to recognize the track, but you'll see the Call holding a world record on this as well, so the Call currently has world record on 7 out of 8 of this week's batch, and must have put in quite a bit of time into doing that, so he seems to be the go-to guy to do any playtesting from this point on, dependent on speed. And Explicit 200, you did it again. I'm not sure what you did again, but okay. That is, I'm sure, a remarkable achievement. Let's read the lengthy description in case Composer said anything additional that made it onto the website. Unbreakable Determination. Mario is asleep, dreaming that he's the legendary Shadow Warrior wielding the Ninja Dragon Sword. Unfortunately, his dreams don't allow him to pretend to be anything that isn't part of Nintendo's IP, and so he's forced to wear an ill-fitting Link costume. Help wake Mario up, so that he can convince his uncle, who works at Nintendo, to include Ryu Hayabusa in Smash 5. Isn't Smash Ultimate already technically Smash 5? Oh yeah, no, because he's asking about, you know, a DLC inclusion, I guess, in one of the remaining fighters in the Fighter's Pass. Yeah, of course, I don't know. I don't think there was a Ninja Gaiden amiibo costume or unlockable costume in the first game. I mean, obviously there was no amiibo, but there were lots of non-amiibo costumes that were unlockable in Mario Maker 1. And I guess the intention would have been to create something like this level with a ninja costume so you could ride your way through. In lieu of that, it looks like we'll be dealing with Link, and of course we ran into some trouble with some of Composer's earlier Link levels this weekend due to our marked inability to fire arrow shots accurately, but we'll see if there is any such demand in this 3% level, which is very generous by Composer standards. And in the meantime, we'll also keep an eye out for that cake. You always say hi right before an ad pops up. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Explicit. We totally lost Link, by the way, which is a bad idea. I assume that keeping him might be required for some gate at the end. But yeah, in keeping with the Composer level, the precision is going to be relatively strict. I think we just need to whack some of this stuff with our sword. I don't think that there was any other way around the Piranha Plant, but I wasn't sure about the Spike Top either. Yes, just whack everything we can with the sword. No, looks like there was a switch activation there that we did not hit, unless this is a 2-state level that requires you to come back with the switch toggled, and if you look at the checkpoint that we passed on the top left at the beginning of this section, I think that's obviously what's going to happen. There's going to be an on-off switch. We'll come back to this section. The music will be somehow changed and enhanced, and we'll just have to deal with it. Whoops. Okay. So yeah, down that segment there, it looks like we'll just have to bounce across, I guess, but still unclear to me how we're going to make that happen. I don't feel like we've read that accurately yet. We'll take a look at that, because I don't really see a safe way to get the bounce on that lower section just yet, and we may be missing something entirely. Is there a switch? Is there some kind of activation that we missed? I don't see where it's going to be, but that's the thing about composer levels. They're not really a great fit for the skill set I'm bringing to the game, simply because they do reward people who react to things very quickly in terms of being able to follow a strict path and a strict timer. That is pretty much the opposite of our skill set, which is not a skill set that has much to do with following instructions, rather. But it seems like a standard jump off that jump block actually does give us enough forward momentum to get under that safely, and we should in fact be okay. And yeah, Explicit 200, you want me to see your new world? We will likely be doing viewer levels on Thursday as per the usual schedule, so if you come back then, we'll be able to look at it. So we will not be running the viewer queue today, but hopefully then, and we'll see. Okay, this level has actually been fairly generous to me about my level of inaccuracy. As you can see, we took several hits there and yet managed to make it alive through all the poison. No, we needed to bounce as Link. Going to give me another sword. Wow, this is going blazing fast. Climb quickly, and just need to beat this scroll. Okay. Yeah, just need to get over that. Ooh, boy. Not so great there. Really interesting how low you can actually go with the forward momentum from the jump blocks when you sail towards them at this speed. I hope you're all enjoying the Ninja Gaiden track at home as you're watching. I like levels that take advantage of invulnerability. I think that can be occasionally quite hard to design well. I mean, obviously, when you do it well, anything works, but usually the issue with that can be that you don't want to put the player in a situation where they have to decide whether or not invulnerability is the state they should be in. If it's fairly strict and clear, that's okay. But I think quite often you don't want the player to be in a position of saying, okay, am I supposed to take a hit, yes or no? Okay, short bounce still works. Kind of astonishing how generous this is, actually, in terms of letting me take a hit. No sign of the cake just yet. We haven't seen it. The composer's style of levels, of course, is something that has been very well established since Maker 1, and this, of course, is the on-off toggled passageway through what we've seen already. And you can see how the track has been additionally modified and layered as we drop back into the main world. Yeah, some of these are clearly just going to be short bounces. That's not a short bounce. But we'll hopefully get a sword refresh somewhere. Yeah. I was wondering how Composer actually managed to get one of his levels up to 3%, and it seems like that's the answer, is that you simply have to give the player lots of hit buffers in terms of having some power-up replenishment as a bit of a way to correct for inaccuracy. Without that, I think this would feel pretty much right along the lines of a typical Composer level, in terms of being sort of in that 1% or perhaps even sub 1% range. Boom Boom is clearly holding the key. We just need to get a decent shot off of him. Ludwig, of course, is a Composer staple for reasons that should be obvious. Okay, getting that is fine. I do want to grab the sword as well. Before we ride the donut block down, we'll need to ride a different donut block down. Nope, we lost the sword. And so if it's required for cake or something... Cake is from the blue pipe on the right side. Don't actually see how to get over there, so we'll have to keep an eye out for pipes. Obviously, we did need the sword available at that point. And okay, let's see. Whoops. Missed that jump. That's going to be too slow. We did get hit off the boom boom that was up there. And it's okay. I mean, we would need to have repeated this level for the cake anyway, since I don't yet see how that secret route is going to be constructed. Whoops, that's a mistake. We get a sword refresh before the next available mistake. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, this is going to pretty much push us right through. We can... Oh, whoops. Theoretically have, you know, taken a bomb up to Ludwig. In fact, you see all the ice that is on the top level. That looks awfully suspicious, but I don't see a way to break it myself because, of course, we can't carry a bomb up there. No, there's nothing up here. Okay, never mind. I think, though, that if I survive as Link into the final section, that may give us some kind of clue. But we'll see. I don't know if the cake entrance is going to be on the upper passage in the flag room, or if it's going to be from something else, something earlier in the level that we missed a clue for. That's something we'll have to discover as we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was supposed to hit that invisible block under the thwomp in order to take that out safely on its way down. The timing is not designed for me to just skip it. Nope. Going to lose a Link both ways. Okay, so let's see what's going on, because you see... Yeah, it's an exit-only pipe, actually. By the looks of it. And there is some kind of power-up check if you listen to the sounds. No, wanted to tap that with a sword and we just missed. Yeah, just gotta look. Oh, I think I saw something. But we'll have to take a look, because you see under Ludwig to the right, it looks like there's a... I mean, he's on top of coin blocks there on that side. I don't know if that's going to be really relevant to anything, but we can, for instance, blow this up with a bomb. It doesn't really allow me to have passage down that way, though. Isn't going to do anything besides that, except if we blow up the bomb around Ludwig on the right, we can actually drop down on the right side. And hopefully that's not a drop into the abyss. It does sort of look like it's a potential secret location. So rather than getting out there quickly with the key, in fact, if that is an exitable location, we don't even, strictly speaking, need a key, because we won't be going through the key door. Unless there's, of course, another key enforcing that. But I'm trying to gauge what our elevation is in this level, because if this is in fact available on the right side, you might be onto something. If there is, for instance, a way that I can, for example, hold a bomb up with Link and bomb the right side in such a way to make it accessible. That might be a total red herring, but it looks too suspicious not to try. We get clipped by that over time, but I think speed is probably a little more important at this point, given that we know that Link remains available. And yeah. Okay, Boom Boom's gonna pop out very suddenly. I'm gonna try to get a snipe. And yeah, we could theoretically toss a bomb safely, but it's going to be quite challenging. We want to grab this sword first, because that way I can potentially go for that bomb interaction that I was thinking about. I'm trying to look at the positioning of everything in this level, though, and I feel like given the vertical height, we'll just kind of track the vertical height with our eyes, because we spawn off a high location coming out of the checkpoint. But depending on our elevation relative to the camera, that's going to be a clue as to whether that right side location is even worth checking. I kind of have a suspicion that it might not be, but we'll see. Okay. Drop in. And what do we got here? Once more, let's... Interesting that Boom Boom's initial flight location is a little bit different depending on where you're standing. Don't exactly know what he's spawning in from, of course, but... Okay, Explicit 200 is going to catch you number 114. We're just going to take a brief breather in order to fulfill that request. And so yeah, 114 coming right up. This is going to be one of the later works in the set, of course. And yeah, let me just take this out. Okay, so here it is. Sonnet 114 by William Shakespeare. Or whether doth my mind, being crowned, would you drink up the monarch's plague, this flattery? Or whether shall I say, mine eye saith true, and that your love taught it this alchemy, to make of monsters and things indigest such cherubins as your sweet self resemble, creating every bad a perfect best, as fast as objects to his beams assemble. Oh, 'tis the first, 'tis flattery in my seeing, and my great mind most kingly drinks it up. Mine eye well knows what with his gust is greeing, and to his palate doth prepare the cup. If it be poisoned, 'tis the lesser sin that mine eye loves it, and doth first begin. Okay, thank you for that instructional reminder of the virtues and vices of false flattery. We'll continue with the level. Is it possible to redeem enough to just turn this into a Shakespeare stream? Some people have stocked up quite a few points at this time. And if they wanted to do so, they could certainly try, although of course I, kind of reserve the right to decline and refund your points if necessary, if we're sort of busy with some other business. And of course, we actually had to hike the price already once because, our stream has been growing since I set the initial cost. And it only makes sense to do so, just to get things to scale properly with the amount of time we're able to devote. So since we still have access to a Master Sword on either side, let's try out this strategy. No. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't try that until I've actually taken a proper look at the ending room. But it looked like a one-way exit from the ending room. And that's possibly what I should be thinking about is some way of getting over the flag. But yeah, because I find that maybe trying the Ludwig thing is silly, but at the same time, the ice block setup is awfully suspicious. Awfully suspicious. Considering that we do appear to be at a relatively high point in the level, that's the ceiling. Really looks like a drop should be possible. But also, perhaps, a little bit difficult without a better sense of timing on the bombs. And we'll grab this sword. We'll grab the other sword. I really do want to try this once more, although I'm likely to blow myself up by doing it. Other thing, too, is we could just try getting through here with the Master Sword the standard way, in case that is a much less trivial solution. Because the thing I'm thinking of as well is the camera position. Yeah, that's going to scroll me forward. That's going to give me an X. It could be that something here is dependent on whether you clear it from start, but I'm pretty sure that pipe is going to be an exit. That said, we have access to Link. Given that we have access to Link, we should be able to blow this up and not make that jump. Let's try this again, just to scan this properly. It could be that I'm completely barking up a wrong tree, but if you look at the camera positioning once again, we are high up enough that the prospect of concealing something under Ludwig on the right is something that seems realistic. Would be very well hidden, but once again, worth checking. Oh, no, you see, blue pipe before Ludwig. No, I got it. There was a little bit of an arrow and a blue pipe there, and you can just skip the boss entirely, I think. Yeah, no, it's the top corner before the Ludwig room. It's nothing quite so complex as the ice blocks or anything involving that. It is going to be an alternate route. So watch the top right corner carefully. Barely out of view, but there's an arrow, very subtle arrow, pointing towards it. And if we grip the vine there, that allows us to do vine climb. Yeah, right side up here. See it? Right here. And that's going to give us 4YMM. You gotta be kidding. But, gives me SMB2. And SMB2 allows me to probably just pluck this cake. Allows me to hit the POWs as well to... let's see. Just drop all the coins, yeah. There we go. The cake fills you. I mean, I know this is supposed to be Ninja Gaiden and not that ever popular subject of music levels, Undertale, but the cake fills you with determination. Sure. Shortcut. And it should give us an exit that, that's not the exit. Actually, what we would need to do is find some kind of object that we can pluck using SMB2 and drop it into position. Poison Mushroom is up there. Poison Mushroom does what? Let me think about this. Obviously, we just pluck the little bits. Come through here. Also, just hit the jump block and see if anything happens. And... you know what? No. We ride the donut block now. Ride the donut block. There we go. Here we are. And yeah, Ludwig is just going to be taken out the easy way. And that's it. So that is going to be 7 out of 8 of this week's batch of 4YMM. And yeah, I did say time permitting, and time permits, so we'll move on to the special segment of what I meant to show off today, which is, of course, our own contribution to the project. That being... we dig it up. PD's Pyroponic Garden, which at this point has about 1,200 plays since its release, for which I'm very grateful. I know a lot of those plays have come from some people who are regular attendees of this stream. And yeah, I do have a particular sequence for how we're going to do this, but before that, I have to take care of a couple of administrative duties in the background. We're going to just, first of all, change our stream title to reflect what we're actually doing. And then we will get on to the backstage tour segment of the stream. So here's how it's going to work. I am going to do a full playthrough for those of you who have not seen it. If you do want, once again, to pull up the game and take a crack at what's going on, you're quite free to do so. And here is the code. I don't seem to have updated the stream title yet. 1 second. Okay, now it should go through properly. And before we do that, I'm going to play you an exclusive introduction to this level that has been recorded by Duffy, who is the voice actor who voices all of the 4YMM trailers. And the trailers, of course, which you can find on the website and which are well worth watching. They're very well produced. And this week's in particular was quite special, and so I was delighted to be featured as a part of it. But here's an exclusive bit of content. This has never debuted in public. This is new to the stream, and hopefully it will work, because actually this is a new version that I have not heard. Let's see if it plays.
Next up, we have Quixote level, where there will surely be cake, and not fire or death. If you find that there is death in the level, well, there's really nothing we can do about that. But at least you tried. And hey, there might be cake. So play Quixote level, or there will be consequences.
And yeah, that's okay, because there's no video attached to that. That was actually purely an audio file. There is actually a video that I'll show you as well. I'm not going to display it on the stream. I'll just send you the clip link if you're interested. Because as far as the backstory to this level goes, yesterday during his playthrough, Grand Pooh Bear very kindly decided to record this, which is his dramatic trailer voice, apparently, in terms of reading the backstory to this level, which you see the capsule summary of it here, which is that it turns out irrigating your plants with fire may only stunt their growth. But that there was informally a bit of a plot behind this that drives the concept, which is that P.T. Piranha is trying to genetically engineer his own fire flowers by watering them with fire, and it doesn't exactly do what he thinks it's going to do to his plants, because, you know, fire does not really interact with plant life that way. Ah, you actually did see that earlier today. Okay, wonderful. So you actually saw him break bits of the level to ribbons as well, which I thought was kind of interesting in ways that I'm going to point out, because like there are certain things in there that like there wasn't really a way to hard lock him out of that, and at the same time, you know, he didn't break the stage in a way that made it incompletable. He just kind of broke it in a way that was maybe just slightly embarrassing, but we'll look at that in the editor, and we'll you know, just kind of point out how that goes. First of all, though, I am going to do a full playthrough. I'm just going to step through the level and just kind of give you some design commentary as we go, as a bit of a director's track. And remind me too, I'm going to hop into this level and also turn comments on so we can see some of the artwork that has gone on. That will not really obstruct my vision at all, simply, well, I hope, simply because I am, at this stage, more familiar with this layout than I want to be. Well, yes, but we'll step through it. He's probably broken it more than anybody else broke it at this point, which is fine, because it tells me that this has largely been reliable, and that people actually are reading things generally as intended. But anyway, enough of staring at this screen. Let's actually walk through this one. Oh, hey, we're going to start as Toad. For the sake of some of the demonstrations later, though, I am, at this point, going to switch back to Mario, starting on future attempts, should we fail at our own level miserably. And I am going to display comments. So, you see one guy asking how already, and one guy who forgot to say something. But anyway, here's the core concept of this level, is that you have vines that drag you into the lava, and which, when they maintain a stable position, as you're going to see in the next room, if you just hold up when you get on them, they are kind of slippery. They slide your way down. You see the guy saying down there, how do you make the vines go down? We'll see. So, we got 2 pink coins at this point out of possible 7 plus the safety coin. This is, of course, just going to be the optional cake route. We'll have a bit of a timing challenge here. Grab coin 3. And you'll notice that one of the things that we've been signaling in this level as well, which is maybe a little bit harder to see consistently, is that when we have munchers on screen that are just kind of potted munchers, once they've been watered with the fire, to the extent that you can water anything with fire, they do grow into fire piranhas. That's the case with nearly every muncher you'll see in this level, apart from the ones that are just being used as switch triggers. Here we have a bit of a missable checkpoint. I thought it would be kind of neat to play around with a checkpoint that you do have to go out of your way to earn, which is also easily missable for people who would prefer to do the full cake run. Obviously, you can still get back up here even when vines come down, although you are restricted in terms of space in such a way that makes it a little more challenging. But it was kind of entertaining to see a lot of people tend to skip past, notice a checkpoint, skip back, and grab it just in time. And the timer, I think, worked fairly well for those purposes. So this is going to spit you out in a little room that looks like a face. And we're going to have a bit of a vine climb. You can see that the visual difference, the visual cue that tells you that something is pulling you down, is that the vines still have their heads going. As it were, they're still kind of wiggling, they're still alive. We have a one-up block there for people who are particularly good at jumping. And once again, a vine climb that makes sure the player absolutely understands what's going on when it comes to dealing with the vines that pull you down, that they can react at it quickly and react at it quickly without being dragged down and taking damage accordingly. So here is an optional coin here once again. This one is harder and really not worth it, but I typically like to put in a sequence of 1 10 coin, 1 30 coin, and 1 50 coin to mimic the collection of 3 coins that you see in the NSMB series, even though in the context of Mario Maker, they're kind of functionally useless, but it is something that I just kind of like to put in the levels. So this is kind of a timed boss encounter, as you can see, as you finally encounter Petey Piranha, as it were, in his final form. It's all about getting you to survive long enough to notice that you can press this P-switch while that vine is still active. And you see this guy, he's going to recognize him, this guy commenting Petey. Now you can see there is a lower passage up and an upper passage up. You can spin jump your way from the bottom, or you can climb and spin jump your way up top. The object, as signaled somewhat in the checkpoint room, is to look for this interaction between the jump block and spawning the flower, which then allows you to get the kill. Now, there's a very complicated mechanism that I'm going to show off later that is important in this room. We have 50 seconds left, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it right now. But notice that there is a fire flower that spawns down here as well. That wasn't present earlier in the level, as a bit of a safety net for people who grab the flower, but somehow lose it before they're able to get a shot off. So that's just a bit of a safety net mechanism, and it was hideously complicated to put together. And it is something that people can theoretically bug out, but it's extremely improbable and difficult to do even when I try to reproduce it on purpose. This artwork is, of course, this one's by Ragnarok X, this drawing. This one on the right is, of course, recognizable as artwork by Mang, who is one of the most artistically capable creators in 4YMM. And here's a little animation where you see the vines come up and light the candles on the cake. We're running out of time, or I would show you a little more of what's going on there and in the final room, but you can see there is a bit of a modular ending sequence here. Because we came through the cake room, you see 3 1-ups drop on the left side and all of these fire flowers dropping on the right side. And you'll see a message of Taiwanese independence, which was definitely not by me, but, you know, we're happy to endorse that. So, it won't give me my clear time, but of course we used up pretty much the entire clock, and we have a record being held by The Call, who has a time of 1:50, which is actually ahead of my own clear time, which is at 1:56. And I was trying to go through it fairly quickly, because usually when I do clear checks, if I can, I try to get a nice efficient time to set a benchmark for what people can expect. But yeah, so much for that. I will now take you through the editor, and you are all free to ask me any questions that you have. The other key door actually ended up just being an aesthetic door because we had an extra door to throw around. It is something that has made people wonder, and it's true that I was wondering if I should have put that in the first place. And oh, by the way, thank you once again for the comment art. So let's take you through the tour. In the core spot. Okay, so this is the upload version. For the purposes of accident prevention, I just did a quick save as to make a copy of it for the backstage tour, because I don't tend to work in the editor using the controller interface very much at all. Mistakes do happen. We don't want to cause any disasters. But let's take a look. And we'll just walk you through some of this in sequence, and just kind of show you what's going on right from the beginning. So you see pretty much all of the 3 basic setups in this original room in slightly different forms. You see, first of all, the central mechanic of the vines being dragged, which actually have a couple of different ways of being triggered. But as a lot of people managed to discern, it is based on... oh, I actually can't show you the contents of the vine, I think, because... Whoops. Oh, because of being at entity limit. Let's see how I can do that. I may have to just delete something quickly to show you what's going on. Or, well, actually, no, I'll pull it off. Yeah, so you can see there's a vine there, which I think most of you would have been able to discern by yourselves. Okay, there we go. Okay, vine goes up. It's going to spawn, and it's going to be hit by the Drawn Bone shell that is on spawn. Now, so this is the 3-entity method of doing it. There is a 2-entity method of doing it, which I do use elsewhere in the level. And I kind of use them interchangeably depending on spacing and timing. The other mechanic that's important here is that you have a timed launch of this shell. You do need, in order to have the block activations, for those of you who haven't played with these under the lava or under the poison mechanics before, you do need to have some kind of initial kick on the shell from something like the trampolines in order to have it activate blocks that it sails under. Now, usually when I'm testing it, the way I visualize it is by switching to the forest theme. So we load in with the forest theme. Let me try to move the cursor here. You can see how this is going to work, and you can see the progress of the shell. I'm going to see if I can place myself in a relatively safe position, although I think over here I'll get whacked. Let's try to go here. And let's play. So, kind of works like this. So let's play it again, and so you can see what's going on slowly. Watch this shell here. It's going to spawn the vines in order. It's going to spawn a trampoline plus spike ball setup that's going to come over here and eradicate the upper layer of blocks with a certain timing. There's an upper layer because we have spike blocks activating this upper layer of vines. So spike down here, vines up here. That's purely a timing trick. You could just easily have vines down here if you wanted. You could easily just have another column spawning vines up here. Doesn't really matter. It's mostly just set up this way for the purpose of getting them to the height that I wanted and with the timing that I wanted. So let's just play that once again. And once again, this is also just going to show you the fairly standard replacement of the Muncher with the activation of a block underneath. It kills the Muncher. It's a little different than some of the setups we see later in the level, but you get a general idea in terms of how you get the big piranha plant to come up and do the swap. Okay, let's move on to the next room. Yeah, all this stuff in the early section is fairly straightforward. I mean, I've basically shown you what the core of the mechanic is. The second room is where I start using a couple of the different setups, partly for budgetary reasons. So, here's how we do it here. So you can see that we still have some of the original Dry Bones setups that are the ones that use 3 entities. Partly there's some timing and spacing considerations that went into this, but you can also see a variety of setups with spike balls. This spike ball here that is on top of the cloud rolls off to the side and hits. And so this is the diagonal positioning you need in order for the timing to work out for the spike ball to hit the block directly. These ones, however, spawn directly on top, and you can layer them without any spawn blocking going on because the underlying block there is in the tracks world, so to speak. It is a jump block that is on a track. And so when you have the track object and the not track object that's stacked on the same space, both of them do spawn. It's just that they collide immediately. And so I use both setups here to just create a little bit of variation in timing in order to have it have a bit more of an organic look. So you can see that they come up slightly differently, and that depending on where the tracks are projected, they kind of stand up to a different height. Of course, the central thing that makes this entire level work is the observation that the upward growth rate of the vine matches the downward speed of the block that's on the track. And furthermore, that the block on the track falls way off the edge of the screen while continuing to spawn Divine. So the block doesn't despawn when it's just a few tiles off. It's actually something that goes much further. So it can drop right off the bottom, and yet the spawn is going to continue. So there's some kind of logic involved in this level that reads the position of the jump block as being way down, you know, sort of in the negatives when it comes to the y-axis. I'm not sure exactly what that number is, and I haven't tested it yet, but that's basically what makes this mechanic click. And yeah, if at any times there's any specific thing that you want me to point out or talk about, please do speak up and ask me questions if necessary. Otherwise, most of this stuff should be fairly familiar to you at this point. There's a lot of subtle decisions going on in the platforming here that pretty much exist entirely for a bit of spatial control. So for example, the presence of these one-time falling platforms and the spacing of these specific Muncher to Piranha blocks is kind of an anti-SD lock mechanism, in that even if you let Divines go down and even if you expend all of these, you are in fact able to come back, and if you're good at jumping or good at spin jumping, you are still able to make it across. And it was quite pleasant to see some streamers actually manage to do that accurately. And yeah, I have seen some people actually fail at this segment because they spend too long, you know, being shocked at how Divines operate. And yet they managed to make it across, and indeed managed to grab this coin, usually with a spin jump off the middle Piranha. But this little one-way gating here, which you could see had a vine spawn. This one-way gating here is basically to ensure that the player does not exceed this horizontal position until this spawn is complete. And it's a little bit difficult to explain, but it has to do with the timing on what the P-switch here manipulates. Like basically, I don't want to give them access to the P-switch until this stuff is done. I also don't want this mechanism to be messed with, in that I don't want the player to be able to go backwards past this point on the x-axis, or it's going to break some things with how this cluster spawns as we get to the door. So this took a bit of redesigning to, you know, make this coin challenge feel like it was fairly timed, such that it is doable by people who choose to ride this down, and by people who choose to jump across the speedy way. So yeah, that's the first segment. The first segment, I think, is, you know, once you see the various mechanisms here, it's not terribly exciting, but it gives you a general idea. To catch up on chat for a minute, first of all, Paxman, thank you so much for the cheers. I'm glad you enjoyed the level, and thank you for coming by as well. I will have to catch up on your playthrough later. I have not caught up on your 4YMM stream this week yet. I know that sometimes your time overlaps a little bit with mine, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for stopping by for the backstage show. And yeah, the presence of the big piranhas, obviously, like, I wanted to go for a bit of aesthetic flavor here in terms of having Big Petey firing from his defensive cannon, so to speak. I think a lot of people are just going to read the big piranhas as different piranhas, but I did want a bit of a story through line for this, in the same way that I had one for the earlier level I made last year, Freeze Flame Follies, which also had this recurring element of the Spike Top and Clown card that, you know, kind of makes you hate it throughout the entire level before you finally defeat it at the end. So obviously people are going to always read aesthetics a little differently in terms of their level of attention, but that's what I had in mind. One more thing you'll notice, I have not seen anybody get this yet, and really there's no reason to even try for it, but I thought I'd leave this in as a secret anyway, in case anybody wanted to poke around here, go backwards, run out the timer, try to break everything they can. You know, if they want to QA this level for me, here's a little treat for them. Some people will try that stuff. I think in the Mario Maker context, people might be much less likely to try to deliberately break things like that, but, you know, you never know. Okay, checkpoint room. Let's take a look. Nipbit says, for a while, Playing this, you thought your controller was malfunctioning because Mario kept climbing downwards. Yes. It is a bit of a risk for people who play with the sticks and are experiencing Joy-Con drift naturally. In fact, I had a great deal of Joy-Con drift in the process of building this level. I never play with sticks. I do always play with the D-pad. But when you are using the Maker mode in the tablet mode, and you're trying to position yourself accurately, if your Joy-Cons are suffering from drift, they do tend to push your camera around everywhere when you're trying to reposition yourself, and it's an absolute pain. But thankfully I got that fixed up. And I do suspect that a lot of people who do play, like, they are going to be suspecting Joy-Con drift when they see, like, this natural drifting mechanic like that. And of course it depends on what your habits are going to be as a player. That some players are naturally going to jump around on vines a lot. Some of them are going to try to constantly climb up. Some of them are just going to, you know, fire and forget when it comes to gripping a vine. So here's the 10 coin. I didn't really have a better place to put it. There's no real good explanation for that, except you just risk letting all the vines lower. Now, here's the real treat that I'm sure people actually want to see, which is the overly complicated main section. So, hold your horses, I'm going to zoom out. Here's how it looks. I have plenty of space down here for this track here. The reason I have this track here is because that's actually what powers the vines that raise later on to give you access to this coin. But here is the massively overcomplicated stitching. It takes you all the way to the top. Now, here's the idea behind this. I knew from the start that I did not want this vertical section to be built with an actual auto-scroll, and there's a very distinct reason for that, which is that if you are timing auto-scroll next to the rising lava, well, if you want to get them matched, you're always going to have a low ceiling, right? You're going to have lava cover the bottom couple tiles of the screen. You're going to have the screen boundary cover the top part of the screen. When it comes to vertical auto-scroll, you're kind of thrown off by the aspect ratio as well. And I found that every time I play an auto-scroll level that has the screen boundary moving in sync with the lava level, that it always feels terribly claustrophobic. And it's claustrophobic in a way that defeats the purpose of the vine mechanic in this level, which is that you want to see the vines spawn up to a certain point and stop. You want to see the vines bring you up to the point where you're not obstructed by something like blocks or a ceiling on top. You want to be able to jump above that. You want to be able to gain some height. And you want to be able to see the tops of the vines in general. So I knew that I needed to make this level in a way that did not use auto-scroll, but still had a bit of subtle time pressure from the rising lava. Now, the problem with that is that if the player controls the camera, as anybody who has ever played with, you know, a non-auto-scroll level knows, if the player has control over the camera, the player also therefore has control over the timing of when objects spawn in within a 3-block boundary of the screen. Three or four. It's 3, depending on whether you count the boundary block. And so I knew that in order for this segment to work, every single trigger timing had to be 100% reliable. And so the way I did it was this. I would respawn from checkpoint. Just from, you know, coming back here. Respawning from checkpoint so that the scroll lock would be reliable when I spawn in, because the positioning matters very, very much. It's going to load in 3 tiles on the left, it's going to load in 3 tiles on the right. And I tested this level by watching the clock on the top right. So I knew that if you counted down from 300 seconds from entering the pipe, that certain events are always going to trigger at specific seconds. And I needed to make sure that was 100% reliable throughout the entire level. And there's only one way to do that, which is you need everything that is going to be a timed trigger element to be either loaded on screen or be dependent on the thing that is always going to be calibrated to the global timer, which is the lava level. So you see that done in 2 ways. Way number 1 is you see the tracks. That every object that is loaded onto a track Like, look at all of the trampolines here. Look at all of the jump blocks that spawn vines. Look at the dry bone shells that are here. Everything you see here that is actually interactive is loaded within a 3-screen boundary of your initial position when you spawn in the pipe. This way. Every single thing that's loaded. Anything that's off of that just doesn't get loaded and there's no room. And so, like, I had to be very precise about, like, the exact position of when I spawn in, and I also needed to test that it was not going to be manipulated by whether I spawn in as Big Mario or Small Mario, which is a very subtle difference that a lot of people who work with these track setups might forget to test. That if you spawn in as Big Mario, I don't know what the exact rule is, but it is a potential vulnerability when it comes to the camera positioning bugging out on you. I'll show you one more thing, which is that you have these vines on the side. This is my maintenance ladder. And so here is my maintenance ladder on the left. Here's my maintenance ladder on the right. And it basically allows me, if I'm testing a level, to start the timer at the beginning and see that everything is actually climbing at the rate that I want, and that everything is actually happening the way I want. Otherwise, there's just no other practical way to debug this thing or to set up the timers. Like, there's just no way you can do it. You'll notice the on-off switches and you'll notice the tracks. So here is the second element that always happens according to the global timer, and which does not depend on the track loading. It is the bomb switches that are slightly off-screen on the side, taking advantage of the fact that bombs are always instantly activated by lava. And there are 2 ways this happens on this level. It happens either on screen with the bombs here that lower the blaster gates, and it happens off screen with bombs that activate the hidden on-off switches. There are no visible on-off switches or state blocks in this level. Everything is just entirely disguised, but it's disguised in such a way that it makes each of the initial block triggers line up. So I'm just going to show you how that looks. I'm not going to show you on this side, actually, because the reason I had the on-off switches here is because I had all of these set up such that if I'm doing testing, I watch the clock, and when the clock hits an exact second on the timer where I know a bomb is supposed to go off on the other side, I just tap the switch. And I tap the switch, you know, at that exact time to make sure everything is going to line up properly and everything is going to hit. Here, if I'm testing on this side of the maintenance ladder, it's a bit easier because you actually do get to see bomb timers do their job. So I'll just kind of walk you through this on this side. And, you know, you'll see in a moment what happens. I mean, it looks overly complicated, but there are really only 3 separate track elements going on either side, I think. But you did need a sequence of bombs in order to, in that case, drop that trampoline. It's not going to trigger anything right now because it was supposed to interact with an object that spawned on the other side to the left. And you can see I can just watch all of the timers to make sure that everything is in its right place and that everything is going to hit according to schedule. If you watch the big bomb that is actually visible to the player on screen, that's also going to do a little thing as well by triggering that muncher to drop a bone shell, and a bone shell is going to spawn the huge column of vines that ultimately gets you up to checkpoint 2. So this is the most complicated and finicky thing in a level, is that I would have a block that comes up here holding a vine, and I would need it to jump out of here, and it would need to be synchronized with the triggering of an on-off switch such that the trampoline would drop on the block and the trampoline would drop on the shell, would drop down in this shell, and project the shell in such a way that the shell would come over to the right and strike the block at exactly the right moment for the vine to start spawning as it gets loaded onto the main screen track. which is just kind of disguised by the regular course elements that you're playing around. But when you see the mainstream tracks like this, that is the way of kind of disguising how the climbing vines get loaded in. Because the climbing vines get loaded in, and then they follow the standard pattern of what happens, in the horizontal section, which is that they go up a bit, they raise the vine, and then they start pulling down in order to hold that stable position and to create that dragging mechanic. So that's how that works. There are a few additional things to talk about. Ah, yes. There's one trigger in particular that is quite difficult to work with and which I need to look for. So, I'm going to play through this section again. Watch the left side column very, very carefully. I'm just going to show you the beginning of this section. But just watch the left side very carefully. In the first section here, around the time that I reach that first big piranha on the left. So, okay, just gonna come through here. This, of course, is just optional content, just taking out piranhas. The reasoning behind that, I'll talk about in a minute, but you see that bone shell that's in the bottom left corner? Bone shell right there. Bone shell is going to be off screen now. So, the initial triggers here activate a bone shell that comes out of this guy. Bone shell comes up. The track here, at a certain time, when the bone shell is just slightly off screen, drops the trampoline that you see here. The trampoline hits the bone shell and projects it in such a way that it kind of rises according to the lava level and eventually comes to this side and triggers these blocks, which meant that this diagonal here had to be kept completely clear, and I needed to make sure that anything over here dies before that interaction happens. So this was actually kind of tricky to debug, in that I wanted to make the central section of the level interesting, in that you can, if you're fast, go up here and start, playing defensively, taking out some piranhas. You can go for this coin here, which I have some regrets about, but I'll talk about those in a little bit. But the general principle behind it is that some players are going to be fast and some players are going to be slow. Slow players are going to be pushed by the lava level. Fast players, they'll have some things they can try, they'll have some things they can stare at, but I also try to give them as much optional content as possible, just to clear their way. Now, psychologically speaking, a lot of people just looked at this coin and decided, okay, how am I going to grab this coin? They tried to jump here to either catch it with the bullet, which can be done, or they tried to damage boost, or if the lava hadn't come up here yet, they tried to go down here, which, in retrospect, I probably should have just let them do if I could, but I couldn't, because, this needs to be Divine Spawn in order for the level to work. So, if I had any entities whatsoever left over in the entity limit, I would have put an extra saw blade here, just to, add a bit of extra discouragement and protection. But I was literally out of entity space, and I just needed to trust that, players will know not to do that. A lot of people tried that anyway, which is why I kind of regret this coin placement. Because fast players will always try to fast thing first. Nevertheless, it was very impressive that a lot of them actually did manage to get the bullet jump and get this coin quickly. And I kind of like the idea that if they get it quickly before Divine Spawns come up, then that actually buys them more time to deal with this guy up here. Now, I was talking earlier about the Grand Pooh Bear break, the thing that he had broken about this level. It's because he decided to... Well, not only is he an extremely fast player naturally, that he can just play very casually and he can just get ahead of every single timing, in a sort of emergency situation, he decided that he would try to break through this spot. And I do have some invisible block protection here, but ultimately this level involves vines, and every time you have vines, invisible block protection isn't really going to do anything for you. Like, you can just climb right through, as people who know troll levels often see. Is that if you have a troll level, you often have invisible blocks that are bypassable with Divine Climb, and so long as you have any thing like that in your level, whether it's aesthetic or functional, it's going to be a potential break that you can't really protect against. So yeah, that was the thing that he kind of broke, but he broke it in such a way that he was actually able to spawn a vine up to the ceiling and continue. So it was thankfully not a lock that I actually seriously have to repair. But it was a bit of a risk, and it was a section that I knew about and looked at and tried to discourage as much as possible. But, you know, I only have so much flexibility when it comes to maintaining the mechanic as something coherent and functional. So, yeah, so that's the, you know, issue with this spot and the issue with people who are fast going for this coin. But you can see the general principle behind this here, that when you have everything just working, Bone Shell is going to spawn on this side. It's going to project all the way to this side, set off these triggers. And here, let's see if I can find it. There's going to be another trigger here somewhere that's important. Yeah, I'll address one thing quickly, actually, which is that the reason that I have to do this complicated setup of dropping the trampolines down to the Bone Shell in order to fire is that if you try to do it with something simple like a spike ball that is located on top of a slope, so you could just roll a spike ball indefinitely on a slope and have a jump block over here and just come over and clip it, which is a setup I actually do use in a boss room. The issue with that is that when it's off-screen, it actually doesn't activate. In order to get the off-screen activation, the spike ball method will not work, and the Bone Shell method does work, in that all of this can happen outside of the screen boundary, and is actually going to kick the jump block in time. So that's pretty much the basics of this vertical segment. There's one more thing that I want to point out, which is just the hackiest little thing in this level, and so this guy who's in the middle of nowhere, this is one of the few things in a level that actually is spawn dependent. There's a cloud block under here, but it's just there as a marker for me to remember not to delete this. Because, you know, if you look at it in the editor, it looks like a mistake. It's like, did I misclick here with a stylus or something? I didn't misclick because this is actually a really essential piece, and I needed to mark it at all costs. Because it is timed to drop onto this guy here, but only when the player is in a position high enough to spawn it, such that I can have an absolute guarantee of what the on-off state is going to be at that time. So, like, basically, you can only get up to here when you are 3 blocks off screen, so when the camera is a maximum of this height. So essentially, before you are able to jump over. And so, until this interaction in this section is available, I don't want anything to spawn here. And this is basically just because I was completely out of track space to do any additional on-off shenanigans to time this out properly, in the way that I would account for 3 successive switch activations with this guy here. So yeah, this was a little bit of a hacky solution, but it's one of the few things in a level that does depend on the player camera. And the player camera is kind of critical here, because it's very easy if you have the player camera come out in exactly the wrong place at the wrong time to bug this out. So for example, you could have something like the Bone Shell interactions that, for example, come through here, like this guy here. You see a muncher. When the bomb blows up, you get the muncher to drop. Muncher drops down here, hits this. This is a Bone Shell, and then this is the Bone Shell that would then be hit by trampoline coming this way. Bone Shell activates all of this stuff, which is once again vine a spike block to spike ball rather to do some demolition. This only works if the Bone Shell that spawns out of this jump block here is not scrolled off screen, and it is very easily scrolled off screen if the player position is just like 1 tile too high, and that completely messes up the timing. And so I'll actually show you at the end of this segment exactly what I'm talking about, because I did save some of my debug videos when I was trying to debug this whole thing and make sure that it was totally foolproof. But yeah, so that's pretty much how all of that works. Yeah, so just a mashup of the track timings and the bomb timings and the kind of timed interceptions where the shells intercept Divine Blocks as they come in, including this one that sort of comes in from the side. If you are slow enough, you can actually kind of see this in action when I play through the level. I'll just run this quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. And yeah, let's just do this again. Originally, there was a Bonsai Bill that matched the Bonsai Bill at the very beginning of the level to create the illusion of the Bonsai Bill tracing the vines upwards. There were some timing issues with that showed up in playtesting, and so that's why I didn't keep it. So yeah, as you can see, the opportunity to go through some optional content if you want. I always knew that the sense of certain players having to wait was going to be a risk. Oh, I didn't actually show you what I wanted to show you. Hang on. Let's try this again. Yeah, I always knew that there was going to be a little bit of a risk in terms of fast players wanting to wait. I know that was sort of an issue that Barbarous King actually had with my level when he played it yesterday. So among the big streamers who played it, like, you know, Barb was one who was a little more critical of this, and I think for reasons that were quite fair. In that, if you're not going for the optional stuff like the coins, it does often feel like you're waiting for something mysterious to occur. But let's stay as low and close to the lava level as we can. We can see the bottom left shell being loaded. You can see the vine that creates the vulnerability opening up. You can see the passageway for the dry bone shell opening up on the right side. And you can also see the sideways vine being loaded in on top of a jump block. So that's how all that works. So let's kind of just skip through all this and take you up to the boss. Before we do that, here's the checkpoint room. Checkpoint room is supposed to kind of signal here that the jump block is ultimately going to be your clue, that you should, you know, if you're seeing this for the first time, you're not going to really notice it, except for thinking, oh, I could really use that fire flower. If you come through here a second time after dying on the boss, it's meant to kind of signal that you should be looking at tapping the jump block. I don't know if that message is actually getting across to any players. It might not be, but it's there, you know, just try to give you that extra nudge. So let's just go straight into... I maybe should show you the cake first, actually. So as you can see, these are just aesthetic doors. I had the doors lying around. As you were asking earlier in chat, when Man was asking a question, I think. Yeah, these are just kind of paired to sort of get you in this room and make you wonder. It might be a bit misleading, given that so much else in this level is aggressively functional. Once again, here you see the setup of the spike balls and the vines that allow you to load up the candles and get them lit. And the burner timing activates the burners on a second cycle, and it synchronizes rather nicely, I think. But the idea was to create the illusion of, you know, transforming the safety coin room into the cake room, and I think, you know, the layout generally makes that effect happen. This guy here, Pow Block and On Switch. That is a sound effect that I try to disguise with everything else that's going on when you spawn into the cake room and drop all of the coins and, you know, hear the music and so on. A lot of people will, I think, barely notice that an on-off switch has happened. Keep this in mind, because this is how we create a very subtle manipulation in the ending, depending on whether you actually took the cake road. And yeah, let's just try to take you to the main world and see what happens. I'll look at a boss room in a minute, but first I'll show you the ending screen. So when you load into the ending screen, the top two tiles are always going to be off camera. There's nowhere you can go in this room that will allow you to scroll up here. So this is a bit of a state-changed ending, in that if you manage to arrive here by having taken the cake route, you actually get a second bonus, which is that you get more power-ups dropping at the very end. I used power-ups here partly because I was completely out of the standard entity budget at the time. Power-ups were the only thing I had left to work with. And these coins, of course, which we just needed to use to fill some space to make that look less empty. Because obviously I couldn't give the player anything to stand on, otherwise it would reveal the top 2 rows, which would then reveal the kind of state switching trick, which is what the thwomp is for outside the cake room. Okay, let's look at a boss. So, this boss is... yeah. Let's see here. First of all, Explicit200 says, you think you made pretty tight levels just now, but you're probably going to get one shot by others. One thing that I've learned is that being a hard level that can be one shot is actually a very good thing. In that it shows you that you can play things blind without trial and error, and that in the hands rather of a skilled player, that all the mechanisms work reliably. So I was very pleased, for instance, when I caught up on Orator's playthrough of this level and found that he actually one-shot the whole thing very, very cleanly. Just didn't have any doubt about the mechanisms, didn't have any doubt about where to go. He just did it and was actually close to what was the speed record at the time, although the call has since reduced that significantly. So yeah, one-shots are actually a very good thing, because you want your signals to be fair, and you want your players to feel like that everything that they fail at could have theoretically been done on the first try, even if they didn't know how to do it themselves, or, you know, didn't have the execution to do it themselves. So, here is the overcomplicated boss room. As you can see, this lower segment here is completely shambolic. And we also have the right side column doing something with a thwomp that I'm sure some of you might have heard off screen, but otherwise wouldn't have known was there, as well as a bit of a flower drop onto the seesaw. This was an absolute nightmare to test, because the behavior of this room would completely differ in some ways depending on my spawning positions. Like if I wanted to check what's going on off screen, either like this, or through changing it to the water mode, the behaviors would not actually be the same, depending on whether I was spawning the camera, you know, at a certain position here on the y-axis, or coming through the entry pipe. There's one particular spot where that really, really matters, which is this. I'll first of all show you how it looks when I actually just try to spawn things in. Let's see if I can find a safe spot. Usually when I was testing this, I would like stand way out of the way, and just to, you know, see how the weighting mechanism goes. I use fire flowers on a seesaw because, once again, at that point I was completely out of entity space. And so that was the only seesaw trigger I could think of. But I'll explain what this is all about, because most players will not really consciously notice what this is for. What was I talking about? Ah, yes, the really difficult spot. Okay. So you see here, spike ball, conveyor belt. Watch what happens when I just spawn in over here for testing purposes. Spike block immediately dies. Let's say I spawn over in this position. Spike block immediately dies, and I immediately die because that was a terrible choice. Immediately dies. So here's the thing. Spike ball is rolling to the left. Usually, if it's rolling to the left, if you have the conveyor belt pointing in the other direction, and sitting on the other side, the spike ball would stay alive for as long as it's rolling on the conveyor. If it's staying alive for as long as it's rolling on the conveyor, it means that I can kind of keep it in suspension until such time as I'm ready to use it as some kind of trigger. So that's how I can do a delayed trigger on the climbing vine, where I have a jump block that is just kind of, you know, moving around. And I don't want it to actually hit until a very specific time. The reason that I have it set up like this, with this guy breaking immediately, is not intuitive at all, which is that if I spawn in this way, see if I can actually show it to you. If I spawn in through the pipe, notice that now it's in suspension. Because when I spawn in through the pipe in that position, the spike ball rolls to the right rather than to the left. Which is, let me tell you, an absolute nightmare when it comes to testing. But basically, I would have to test this setup using the original kind of left pointing method in order to find out what the appropriate timing would be, and then I had to replace it with this thing to get it to work when I spawn in. Also, the other thing when I spawn in is, depending on whether I am big or small, and depending on whether I raise the camera height at the very start by, you know, trying to jump very high off the start of the level, or off to the start of this room, rather, it would affect the spawn timing of anything that is off screen at the time. So that's why these flowers are precisely placed this many tiles above the seesaw instead of loading on the seesaw right away, because the only way I can actually get them to behave reliably is by putting them on precisely these rows such that they consistently spawn in when I come out of the pipe, regardless of whether I'm big or small and regardless of what I do. And that yet they are able to activate everything down here. And so like it's basically one giant loading trick to get this in a stable position. Now you might ask, why am I messing around with any of this stuff? And it is, as I said before, for the lock protection. So here's the thwomp here. Thwomp is activated when you are 2 spaces away. I'm figuring that pretty much every player who comes into this room is going to eventually wind up against this wall, especially if they go through the standard progression of figuring out where the main fire flower is hidden. Let me switch back to lava for a moment so things actually trigger properly. Whoops. So yeah, the idea is, if the player eventually makes their way over here to see what's going on with this block, or just to, you know, sort of fall in safely against this wall, that's when you activate the lock protection. You can see there's a parachute on this thwomp, and there's a very specific reason why. So the idea is that you come over it to the right side. Thwomp comes down. The thwomp comes down here, it gets trapped beneath the panel. It kills the fire flowers, but that doesn't matter. The thwomp is going to go low enough to raise the blaster. So the idea is that as soon as you get into the right column, likely to hit the block, this comes up as a backup fire flower refresh point. So I'll walk you through the fight again so you can see how that looks. Okay, going to drop in here. And you can see once again that we have the timing trigger that I was telling you about on the left side earlier, where that spike ball was just kind of rolling around until the jump block holding this vine was ready to make contact. You have a safe landing over here, which originally was just the lowest level, but I had some comments it was a bit hard to see. And then you have a couple of different approaches coming over here. So, as soon as you get to the right side column, which at this point is the only thing that's worth trying, listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. We're going to come down here. See that fire flower? That's what a thwomp trigger does. Thwomp trigger allows you to get a refresh so that nobody comes out after being hit and feels like they are totally stuck and lost for what to do. Now, there is a risk with this. There are several risks with this, actually. The first risk is kind of a design risk, which is that if you come over here and you just totally neglect to hit this block, and you're wondering, what do I do? What do I do? You might run around some more, you might get hit. You would come down here, and the fire flower that's given to you at this location would feel more or less nonsensical. That is actually what happened when Barb played this level, and because Barb did not go for the jump block after hitting it. There is a second, much riskier thing that can happen. And to demonstrate that, I'm going to show you a quick video clip that I saved to my Switch. Give me one moment to load it up. And I'll be right back with that in just 1 second. I know I'm not really spinning up the next level, I'm spinning up the next video, but that was the best interstitial available. Okay. Oops. So here we go. This was, so this is a pile of videos that I just basically took to try to reproduce some bugs, because sometimes I could not see what was triggering a particular interaction or why something was breaking. And so I would always take a video clip whenever something breaks so I could inspect it pretty much frame by frame to see what's going on with things like the camera position. Here was the risk in its original form when the Thwomp didn't have a parachute. So just watch this very carefully. So yeah, everything looks fine so far, the way this fight is being played. Now watch this. Notice that nothing came up on the right side. So you have a Sniper Thwomp that comes down and hits the player because it was not successfully activated. How does that happen? Well, a moment. It's because you'll see that the Thwomp is supposed to be activated 2 tiles away. However, the Thwomp is not activated 3 and a few tiles away. So if you nudged it like this, whoops, this is actually very difficult to reproduce. If you nudged it like this, if you nudged the flower like this, the Thwomp would just stay in position. So, absolutely nobody I've seen play this has triggered this, and so this is like very much an emergency thing. What's the issue with having a Sniper Thwomp? Well, I mean, you know, if you don't mind it, that's fine, I guess. But the Sniper Thwomp, in most cases, is just going to straight up kill you. Like, you're not going to have a chance to recover from it, unless you have a very lucky bump off that clown car. And I know you kind of asked that facetiously. But that's why I have a parachute on it, is that, first of all, you delay the timing a bit so that people don't just get this to spawn right away. And actually, one of the reasons I'm not too worried about leaving this vulnerability in place in its current form is that not only have I relaxed the timing substantially such that this should almost never show up, but it's actually really difficult to do this even if you know what's happening. Like, if I try to do this fight, even if I know perfectly well what the potential break is going to be, it's very, very difficult for me to actually reproduce it intentionally, which was why this bug, or why what I originally considered a bug, was an absolute pain to fix. Basically, you don't want to know how much time I spent trying to resolve this very specific issue. They're trying to do a lock prevention down here. But, like, you'd have to know exactly how everything works off screen, and you would need to tap this carefully, and you would need to, you know, not get crunched by the piranha. And so you would have to do all of that while knowing exactly what was going on. So now it's set up in such a way that even if you do everything like that, it's still going to feel safe. There are obviously, you know, some other sort of potential logical issues with how people might run into trouble, but the idea was to make running into trouble as improbable as possible, because most people are going to instinctively either go for these blocks when they're transformed into coins, or go for tapping this directly. And so, like, from the playthroughs I've seen, this mechanism has basically worked entirely as intended. But yeah, you can see, overly complicated down here. These mushroom platforms are here for a very specific reason, which is that you cannot lose the clown car. It was very important that, since the clown car is a necessary item for breaking through the final wall, that you're protected from any locks by being unable to ever get the clown car to sync, and unable to get the clown car into a position where it becomes unobtainable. So, you know, that way it always stays alive. Now, once more, apart from some of the things that are position dependent, I can just show you underwater, how this whole sequence looks, if I can actually find a safe place to put myself, which is not easy. Maybe here. So yeah. So that's the initial spawn. And you can see that the P-switch timer on the left is what fires the bone shell. Firing the bone shell, once you hit the P-switch, is what activates the center column of vines, and also allows you to, you know, just... How does this even work? Hang on. Oh, okay. No. Yeah, it's also what allows you to, you know, ultimately trigger this thing over here, which is the kind of loading mechanism that triggers the bounce here. So this guy here is a trampoline. Trampoline pushes the Muncher. Muncher pushes the clown car. And it's timed such that when you hit the P-switch, this disappears. Piranha drops. Piranha is going to drop through the seesaw because the seesaw is only 3 wide and it's going to apply too much weight right along the edge. But I needed to calibrate the height and the distance and the speed of this mechanism such that the clown car catches the Piranha 100% of the time. So, you know, if you think that the P-switch gets to kill by dunking this guy, you discover very quickly that you're quite mistaken. So, that's pretty much what I wanted to show. I don't know if there are any additional questions at this point that anybody would like to ask. If there are any kind of stray issues after this, I'm certainly able to walk through some of them on a future stream. Oh yes, there's one more thing. When I was going through the debug videos earlier, I'll try to show you the camera tiling issue that I was talking about earlier. So, let's see if I can dig that up. And I have to figure out which one of these videos is the correct one. I think I actually did take notes somewhere. Ah, yes. So here's one of the early versions of the middle climbing segment. It was in a rather different form then, in that it was not spawning a vine, but rather spawning a piranha that you could jump on. So just watch this. So this part's going to be rather familiar. This was the sort of climbing challenge in one of its original forms where you would have to beat a jumping piranha. Even after I adjusted a lot of the safe zones there, it was still much too difficult for people, so we rethought that. So where you see the munchers in the middle is where originally a big piranha would spawn in this early version, and you would be able to spin jump on top of it. The reason I replaced that was because pretty much everybody who playtested this told me they expected a vine, and so I just decided to put in a vine. But as you can see, nothing spawned here, and it's because we had this original curving layout on the slope before we introduced the big piranha gate that exists now. And if you were just a little bit too high on the camera, by going up against that slope, you would outrun the bone shell on the bottom left that manages this entire mechanism over here. So let me show you a video from a slightly later version that is maybe a little more recognizable. And you can see the bug in a slightly different form. So this is going to be familiar. Obviously, we have a retuned version of the Piranha Challenge. This is going to look a little more familiar to you. And here's what's going to happen. The bone shell was fast enough to spawn the vine, but not fast enough to spawn the spike blocks that were supposed to break it, so the vine just kept growing well beyond where it was supposed to go. So let's take you back in-game. And so, yeah, ultimately, we had to do a couple of different fixes in order to get that to be 100% reliable, and I basically had to get the fastest players that I could get my hands on to, try to break this thing. Which is that we have a one-way panel that's under here. That's to make sure the camera does not slide up, even when you bump this from the bottom, or bump this from the bottom. You need to make sure that Mario could not raise his position at all, because this was the absolute maximum in terms of his camera position. There was a certain risk of him trying to bounce off the bullet on the right like that. But that risk was ultimately manageable because, at that point you're kind of dead anyway. If you're doing that ahead of schedule. And in any case, if the bullet blasters have not been lowered yet, then that's actually not an issue, because the bullet blasters lower before the shell spawning mechanism ever becomes relevant. So ultimately that was not a bug that I needed to worry about too much. But yeah, that's pretty much the grand tour of PT's Pyroponic Garden. I'm going to finish this stream by just doing one final little thing. Two final little things, perhaps. We're just going to exit the backstage tour and get back to Course World for a moment. And let me just load this up again in its current live form. And since we're talking about this level anyway, I just want to show a little bit of appreciation for the comments and the comment art that we have received so far. Paxman, I see, did a wonderful little drawing of the piranha having caged the sad little fire flower in the back. This guy asking, how did I make the vines go down? I hope I have answered that question to his satisfaction, should he ever come across this video. This guy, of course, still suffering a little bit of PTSD from clearing Mortal Koopas last week. And this is abstract art. This guy, I clicked through his profile, and apparently he set his flag to Japan not because he's actually from Japan. As you can see, this is traditional Chinese. But because his message of Taiwanese independence would probably be at odds with... Well, I mean, I think the Taiwanese flag is just unavailable. So, as a nationalist, he had issues with that. Lantis, of course, very creative maker in his own right, and a number of these other names, like Megatefid, you'll recognize from 4YMM in earlier weeks. Ragnarok X, he is, I believe, coming up fairly soon in his own right. Very good maker. And we saw some of this art, of course, in the cake rooms previously. Gilmore. Gilmore, of course, one of our very fine 4YMM colleagues, doing this very threatening clown car look himself that very much makes a PT Piranha look like Naval Piranha, with his vines acting as an extension of the self. And yeah, here's some of our other regulars, Redox. Henna giving us the Terminator 2 thumbs up, because we'll be back. And of course, Meng with this wonderful tentacle head that is the true explanation, lore-wise, for how all divine spawns are actually happening. It is, in fact, a creature from deep into Fathoms. And yeah, I am glad, once again, that you found this interesting, and, I basically have shown off the whole level. It will be very, very difficult for anyone to plagiarize or copy based on this information, because there is so much going on in terms of what is actually inside the blocks. So if you wanted to try to recreate it note for note, you can certainly try, but I think the mechanism itself is one that, I would be happy to see in the wild, now that people have kind of seen something that might have been restricted to a few limited contexts, like some control levels and some auto-scrollers to this point, in terms of seeing how the vine climbing is synchronized with the note block syncing and the very different set of switch activating mechanisms that we can bring in, be it the 2-entity mechanism that involves only one spike ball, or the 3-entity mechanism that involves launching the bone shell with the trampoline. So, with all of that, I am going to thank you all for dropping by, and oh yes, there's one last thing that I want to address, because it is one of the questions that have befuddled people about the level, which is, when they read the long description that is on the website, they ask me, what is a, pardon my German, Gesamtkunstwerk? So, those of you who do speak German better than me, and because I don't actually speak much German, would know that it refers to something sort of like a total work of art. And that's because it is actually a term from aesthetic criticism that was famously applied to the operas of Richard Wagner. And so in my sort of maker biography that some streamers have been reading live, you'll notice that I described Mario Maker as a Gesamtkunstwerk, and that's because, you know, it is itself an art form, much like the art forms of old that combined everything from, you know, set design to music to dance to choreography and to literature, mythology, everything kind of put together and rolled together in one package. And I do think that, you know, as a staging ground for some of our wildest and most gimmicky ideas, that is what Mario Maker reminds me of most of all, is that we have taken so many different strands of game history in terms of people coming from Minecraft, people coming from Warcraft 3 like I did, people coming from the whole history of Mario games, all with their different backgrounds, be they ROM hackers or, you know, other kinds of level builders, and thinking about how to apply that personal expression to this art form in a way that unites all of those traditions together. And so that is the Gesamtkunstwerk, and that's the explanation for that. And if anybody asks about this in future, that's the answer. So it is, I think, in many ways, a veritably operatic game. And so I will leave you on that note and close the stream. So thank you very much for watching. Final administrative notes. First of all, as is typical of this stream, I am going to send you off onto a raid. We'll catch somebody else's stream. I'll see if anybody is doing 4YMM, if they're relatively small and can use the audience. I'll also see if anybody is doing viewer levels, if some of you want to submit. But I'll scan around and find somebody appropriate to receive you as my wonderful and attentive audience. The second thing is that the next stream that we will be running is going to be Paper Mario, which I've been running simultaneously in some of the night sessions. Paper Mario, we are currently on the last segment of the game. I am at what is, I think, the final zone and the final warp pipe, and so the next stream should allow us to close that out, and we'll see from then on whether we pursue any of the post-game content. So those of you who are finished with Paper Mario or don't mind being spoiled for the grand finale, you can look forward to that. And you can look forward to my return to Mario Maker with viewer levels at our usual time in a daytime slot on Thursday. So with all that out of the way, thank you once again very much for everybody who dropped by and decided to stay. Thank you to those of you who might be watching this video on a delay as well. And yeah, feel free to ask me further about anything in the days ahead. And those of you who have played the level, which I think is most of you who are still here, thank you especially for kind of giving this a bit of a spin and making of it what you will. So, I'll search around. Until next time, have a good day or a good night, wherever you are. Fare thee well.